I will begin by reading the opening remarks. Welcome to the June 6th, 2023 meeting of the Planning Board. First, we'll take a roll call vote to introduce board members and staff. Chris Paff.
Here.
Kate Wynn.
Here.
Josh Ames.
Here.
Phil Giordano.
There we go. I'm right here.
And I am here as well. This meeting is recorded by Westwood Media Center and broadcast live on local cable television Comcast Channel 12 and Verizon Channel 42. Meetings are also live on the Westwood Media Center's YouTube channel. If you are interested in joining the meeting via Zoom, you can find the login directions in the Planning Board meeting notice that is posted to the calendar section of the town's webpage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/. We will begin the meeting with only the board members and staff unmuted and on video. As the chair recognizes individuals to speak, we will unmute them. Board members may choose to mute themselves when they are not speaking in order to minimize background noise. For applications, the chair will first invite the applicant or applicants to address the board and give a presentation summarizing what is being requested. Board members received the application materials prior to the meeting and will have reviewed them. Board members may ask questions during and following the presentation. Staff and outside experts will provide comments to the board. If the issue includes a public hearing, the board will then proceed to the public comment portion of the public hearing and will restate the instructions. In this remote meeting format, residents and guests may participate in several ways. Attendees should raise their hand and wait to be unmuted and recognized to speak over the Zoom meeting application or from a telephone dial-up. We will be able to hear you, but not see you. Additionally, comments may be submitted by email or regular mail prior to the meeting. When we come to that part of the meeting, I will remind everyone of the process. Following the public comment portion, the board will deliberate and make a decision or continue the hearing to a specific future date. All remote meetings require that votes be taken by roll call. When a motion and second has been made, the chair will ask if there is any further discussion before proceeding to a roll call vote and will then restate the results of the vote. Okay. First of all, welcome everybody. And Elijah, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Okay, then we will start with 22 Everett Street, which is a public hearing. Are the applicants here? And can we get them admitted as panelists?
Yes, let's see. We have the attorney, Peter, that I have just promoted to panelist, and I am looking for, there we go. The
It
developer.
looks like we have an attendee. Zachary Richards has his hand raised. Is Zachary part of the application team or?
Yes.
Okay, let's bring him over to them. Thank you.
Actually, if I could give a list, which may help to see who else should be raised. So you got Giorgio is raised, Mike McKay.
And do we need the Conservation Commission too?
Yes. So, so the Conservation Commission actually was not able to advertise in time for this meeting, so they will not be joining us simultaneously at this planning board meeting. However, we are determining whether it is the next planning board meeting or the July meeting in which both will be able to be in attendance.
Thank you.
I see Andrea Kendall from LEC Environmental. Is she part of your team? Okay.
Yes. So I got Mike McKay. If you saw him, I don't know if he got raised. Ken Cram. Should be a Marc Fougier. Then we have Angela Beto, who's with Bowler. Zach Richards. Wayne Violet.
I don't see either Mike McKay or Wayne Violet in the attendees.
They will be joining at some point.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out for them.
Thank you.
Great. It looks like we have included everybody else that's here. I don't think anyone's missing. So first of all, welcome. Thanks for coming this evening. We'd love to hear your presentation on this project. I will turn it over to, is it you, Mr. Zacco? Will you be making the presentation?
I will start, yes.
Okay, all right.
Now, I know when I was being raised, it shuts me off for a while, so have the public hearing's been officially open? Did I? Okay, good. Great. Well, thank you very much. First thing I'll do is introduce the project team with some labels on them so we know who is here. For the record, I'm Peter Zacher. I'm the project attorney. Also here is Giorgio Petruzziello, who's the member manager of PP Everett Street LLC. He's also the president of Supreme Development, Inc., and the member manager of Petruzziello Properties LLC. I see Mike McKay is here. Mike McKay is with McKay Architects. He's the project architect. Ken Cram is here. He's the director of traffic engineering with Bayside Engineering. Marc Fougere is the president of Fougere Planning and Development. He's our fiscal consultant. Andrea Kendall is a senior environmental scientist with LEC Environmental Consulting. And the project engineering team is from Bowler Engineering. We have Angela Beto, who's a design engineer. Zachary Richards, who's a senior project manager, land development. Wayne Violet, senior project manager, landscape architect and planning. I should also note for the record that I assume I haven't seen them on the list, but also I know at least listening in, if we need to raise them later, we can. Donald and Barbara Foster, who are the current property owners. I knew we were going to be zooming in, as well as their counsel, Charles Callahan. I'm going to do a quick overview. I know we've been here before for two pre-application meetings, one in July and one in September. We did submit a full application, I think on April 14th of this year. The project has gone out to peer review, probably a lengthy package. I'm sure Mr. Houston will be sending us a detailed peer review report prior to the next meeting. The subject property, just to bring everybody back up to date, is it's actually two lots, 22 Everett and 34 Everett. Sometimes 34 Everett's referred to as either 0 Everett or just Everett Street. This property has been owned by the Foster family or entities controlled by the Foster family for 50 plus years. My client has entered into a purchase and sales agreement to purchase the property, subject to him obtaining certain permits and approvals. The subject property, when we talk about that, is the two lots combined. It's about 6.8 acres of land, a little over 550 feet of frontage on Everett Street. It's in the Highway Business Zoning District. It's also in your flexible multiple use overlay District 3. And more importantly for tonight, it's in the mixed use and multifamily residential overlay district, or the MUMFROD. The subject property, as you recall, is currently occupied by about a 26,000 square foot industrial building, built circa 1950, several additions, I think as late as 1978. Originally, it was used for manufacturing concrete block and brick. It's currently used for various commercial and industrial uses, including offices, landscaping, trucking companies, bus holding areas, tractor trailer and construction equipment storage, and stockpiling of various material and debris. An application was submitted to redevelop the property pursuant to the Westwood zoning bylaw provisions relative to MUMFROD, which is Westwood's response to Section 3A of Chapter 40A, the so-called MBTA Communities Zoning Statute. We look at this project as a great opportunity to redevelop an underutilized and, quite frankly, unattractive property. My client's vision for the property is exciting, interesting, and, to be quite frank, quite challenging, especially in order to make this work economically. I'd be remiss at this time. I just want to acknowledge the Fosters because they share my client's vision. They've worked with him closely in order to allow us to proceed to get us to the point where we are this evening.
Mr. Zaka?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I need to read the public hearing notice for the record. So
Okay.
I'll just do that before we proceed. My apologies. For the record, the Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by Peter Zaka on behalf of PP Everett Street LLC for a mixed-use and multifamily residential overlay district MUMFROD special permit pursuant to sections 9.9 and 10.3 of the Westwood zoning bylaw with consolidated earth material movement, environmental impact and design review, EIDR-EMM, and environmental impact and design review, EIDR, approvals pursuant to sections 7.1 and 7.3 of the zoning bylaw for the purposes of redeveloping an existing commercial and industrial property at 22 Everett Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090. The application number PB-23-25 proposes a mixed-use multifamily residential and commercial development with two new 4-story structures containing approximately 232,903 square feet of total floor area, including including approximately 183,703 square feet of residential floor area with 158 residential units, approximately 12,000 square feet of commercial floor area, and approximately 37,200 square feet of garage area, as well as associated site alterations related to surface parking, drainage, lighting, landscape, and recreational improvements. The property is in the Highway Business HB zoning district and within the mixed use and multifamily residential overlay district, MUMFROD, wireless communications overlay district, WCOD, and flexible multiple use overlay district 3, FMUOD 3. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So the rest of the team will go deeper into the current conditions as well as what we're proposing. Just let the board know, and I'm sure the board is aware, this project has undergone, we believe, significant changes since when we first started. We did initially present the board with a project during one of the pre-application meetings that had 4 buildings with over 200 residential units. The project is before you now contains approximately 230,000 plus or minus square feet of floor area in 2 buildings. Contains 158 residential units. That includes 24 affordable units. There are 98 1-bedroom, 44 2-bedroom, and 16 3-bedroom units proposed. It also includes 12,000 square feet of non-residential or commercial floor area, which is located in what I'll call Building A, which is the building closest to Everett Street. It's serviced by a parking lot or lots and garages with 248 parking spaces. 46 of those spaces are in the first or at grade level, but underneath the first building or Building A. 56 spaces are again at grade level, but under Building B, and 144 spaces are scattered around the site in outdoor parking areas. As you'll see tonight, there's a number of amenities: walking trails, playgrounds, sports courts, dog park, bike racks, river access. We've included solar panels and electric charging stations in the project. As outlined in the memo I submitted, we believe the project satisfies all of the MUMFROD requirements except for 2. One is that we have proposed parking in front of the building where the commercial space is, and we have asked for a waiver of that requirement. And the other one is that you're allowed a density as of right, as the board is aware, of 15 units, which would be 102 units on this property. So we've requested a special permit to have a density to allow us to proceed, a density of 23.24%, so we can proceed with this project. Before turning it over, I just want to address the number of units. I know we're going to have a lot of discussion about that. As stated, the biggest challenge to redevelop the property is to make this project, in fact, any redevelopment of this project, economically feasible. As the board is aware, because we've discussed it before, there are significant environmental hazard waste issues on the site. I'm not going to go into those, but we have cleanup efforts. We've already obtained qualified engineers, and we've received estimates of over $1 million to take care of the environmental hazard waste issues. In addition, there are two brooks, South Brook and Purgatory Brook, as well as significant resource areas, including land under waterways, banks, vegetated wetlands, riverfront areas, and the like, much today being in a degraded or disturbed condition. The project will be reclaiming the brooks in the resource areas, restoring approximately 35,000 square feet of degraded or disturbed riverfront area, removal of a lot of debris from the brooks and embankments, removing concrete along a 25-foot section of the bank. The estimate of this work alone is in excess of $750,000. In addition to that, the project has attempted to incorporate many environmentally friendly and clean, green, and renewable energy technology that includes solar panels and, of course, electric charging stations. Those are estimated to cost over $1 million themselves. And finally, again, beyond everybody's control, is since we started this project, interest rates have sort of changed. When we began the project, interest rates were about 3%. They're now hovering, I'll call it, around 7%. And I have a degree in math, so hopefully I did this correctly. But if my math is correct, that equates to over $1.2 million in interest payments per year, additional interest payments. And if you do a 20-year note, adds over $20 million to the project cost over that life. In addition to that, I don't want to lose fact, and you'll see this tonight, I think as he does on all of his projects, Mr. Petruzziello is proposing a first-class project here. The buildings, the amenities, I think it's just a tremendous project from that perspective, which I think this area needs, the town needs, and I think it'll serve well. And last but not least, I think it helps the town towards that MBTA Act goal, which again must allow 15% as of right, but clearly through the special permit will be more. And the last thing I'm going to say is that we were required to, and we did submit a fiscal analysis prepared by Marc Fougier. The site, I just point out that the site currently generates about $50,000 in real estate taxes. Projected revenues from this project, as proposed, $726,000 in real estate taxes, plus another $70,000 in excise taxes. Basically, it results in a net annual fiscal impact, positive impact to the town of about $500,000 per year. And that includes accounting for all school costs. And Mark, when he does his report, or when you look at his report, you'll see that he's actually had discussions with the school personnel as well as other departments. He is estimating that this project would generate or end up with 26 students. What we did also is, as we read the bylaw, the fiscal analysis is really showing what happens with the additional units. And it's interesting. So that's in there. The as of right project, this is the net fiscal benefit after accounting for the cost. The as of right project of 102 gives you a net fiscal benefit of $325,000. When you add the additional 56 units, it actually increases the net fiscal benefit by $178,000. So now, if I could, I'd like to turn it over to Bowler. and have them walk us through the program in a little more detail. And I think somebody will be doing a screen sharing. Whoever that is would probably need permission to do that, I believe.
Hi, this is Zach Richards with Bowler. I believe Angela Botto will be sharing her screen if she can be provided access. Thank you. So again, to jump into this, thank you, Peter, for the quick intro. Zach Richards with Bowler. I'm a senior project manager and professional engineer. Can't stress enough what a constrained site we're looking at here, and really commend the applicant for taking this on. I think I can easily say this is the most constrained site I've seen in the hundreds of projects I've done. We've got the brook that's really, you can kind of tell the location based on really the tree lined areas of the site, but it divides the site into 3 different portions. There's electrical easements that Peter didn't even mention that allow utility provider to maintain poles that cross the site and serve abutters. There's a town sewer easement with associated sewer mains that transect the project site, and there's also a number of gas easements to serve the area that go through the site. So all this means there's been a lot to juggle here, right? And on top of that, riverfront area, I've never seen riverfront take up so much of a site. I think it's close to 80% of the site. But again, what we've come up with here is a great project with not only great town benefits, but also for the community, a lot of great pedestrian, bike friendly, pet friendly amenities here, and then cleanup of a contaminated area of the site, remediation. We've got the brook mitigation that LEC will expand on a little further. And then really what we have here is essentially a construction yard contractor laydown area with limited to no stormwater treatment, and flows, generally just sheet flow into the brook today. And we've got some, stockpiling going on and an office use at the front. We'll just play this really quick flyover video that I think gives everyone who hasn't been to the site a great sense of really the existing conditions out there today. And that's flying over the front office building there, and giving an aerial view of a lot of the contractor staging laydown area, with really one of the portions of the brook running through the left side of the screen there. And then that's the Butters parking lot to the back rear there. Looking over to the left here, we've got the gas company's assembly to the right of the screen that was shown. A brook that transects the front and back left portion of the site there in the office building, with, again, a lot of vehicle staging laydown areas. And then we've got the MBTA rail to the right of the screen as well, with a pretty serious grade change that also presents yet another constraint to the site. So I think that gives everyone a good general overview of the site. I'd like to jump into just the site layout and what we're looking at proposing here. Again, as Peter said, 158 units, a total of 248 parking spaces. As you can see here, this really gives you a good view of how the site's divided into 3 portions by the Purgatory Brook, which is shown in blue. And then you've got the associated buffer areas also shown in blue. But what that's kind of driven for a site layout is really two kind of distinct developable areas of the site. We've got the front portion along Everett Street, what we've identified as Building A, and that's about 96 units, and really the prime opportunity to do a mixed use development there. So we've incorporated about 12,000 square feet of retail. And this is, as Peter mentioned, the location where we do have some relief requested for the parking between the building and Everett Street. Again, very tight, constrained site. We found the value here is in providing some parking up front along Everett Street, which is a pretty busy street, as is 2 lanes, as you can see. And then that allows us to provide a little more buffer, a little more green area along the brook, which is really where that wants to occur. And with some walking paths and benches and nice lighting, pedestrian amenities. So that's where really what's driving that relief request. And you can see the parking around the front and the left side of the building, and then access to some of the parking, which is at grade in a garage under the proposed building. Working our way to the back portion, which we are calling Building B, we've got 62 units proposed in that building, and associated surface parking area, as well as garage parking, I guess, at grade below the building. And then we've incorporated a dog park there, which we've properly set back from the Purgatory Brook, and provided a separate access to that portion of the development along the east side of the site. I will point out that there are 2 existing stream crossings today, which the contractor yard uses to kind of function and get from one area to the other. Those are being maintained and improved as part of the project, but those are really going to be primarily for pedestrian access and enjoyment. There will be some emergency means of access there, and especially for, you can see above the pickleball courts, we're showing a gravel area there. That's the gas company's meter assembly there that they're going to need to maintain. So that is being provided, but day to day, that will primarily be purely pedestrian access. You can see we've incorporated the dog park and also pickleball courts, a playground area, and some lawn areas. So both active and passive landscape amenities that have been incorporated here. We've incorporated a lot of substantial, primarily native landscape plantings to really create a nice space here, especially on the passive front for how these landscape amenities and walking paths lay out. We really think this will be a great benefit to both the residents and people that are utilizing the retail space, but also the community and people in the area. So we're really excited about how this came together and the way that it made sense to lay out, while still, again, making this financially feasible for the applicant, given all of these constraints, all of the challenges here, all of the cleanup, the stream remediation, and everything that went into this. I'll just briefly touch on the stormwater and utilities because I want to keep it brief, but happy to dive into more detail after. Very well served from Everett Street. We've got sewer that's actually provided via easements through the site, as I mentioned, that we'll be tying to at locations that make sense. Gas and electric. Again, some utility poles that will be relocating to make the development work a little bit better with the electrical easement, but we'll be serving some transformers off of those poles. Water, separate services to each building off of Everett Street, and proper hydrant coverage. And then the really great improvement here is stormwater. As I mentioned before, there's really no stormwater treatment or infiltration that occurs today. And under the proposed development, we'll be meeting all of the mass stormwater standards to the extent, under the requirements of a new development, even though this is in reality a redevelopment, right? We're not looking for any relief from the 10 mass state stormwater standards. So we're going to be providing, TSS removal and treatment, phosphorus treatment. We've got a number of infiltration systems proposed across the site, and then very thoughtful locations where we're going to be discharging the treated stormwater runoff during larger storm events into the brook. So really happy with all of those improvements, and I think it's going to be a tremendous improvement to the resource areas and the brook in general. So with that, I'll turn it over to Andrea Kendall with LEC to just talk briefly on the riverfront area and stream improvements and mitigation.
Thank you, Andrea Kendall. So what was previously described as Purgatory Brook, South Brook, and associated resource areas, including land underwater associated with the brooks themselves, the bank, the buffer zone. There are some DVW areas that border that the brooks in discrete locations. Floodplain that's confined generally to the embankment of the rivers, and then riverfront area. So there's a number of enhancements and riverfront area restoration that we're proposing, and just want to briefly go over them starting from top to bottom. The area along the brooks themselves in blue, those are we're incorporating an invasive species management program, and then to address that and then replant with native plant community. There is a number of man-made debris that occurs along the embankment, and in some instances is on the bank of the brooks and then in the river. So all of that will be picked out to restore that area. So we're providing a nice enhanced river corridor to allow that that function of that for wildlife habitat benefit. And then from the orange areas to in the top, those are going to be meadow habitat. Those areas will be seeded with a native conservation seed mix, and the reason why it's somewhat linear on the left side, that corresponds with the existing gas easement. So in an effort to provide any future maintenance of that area, the intent was just to create an area where they can access as they need to their gas infrastructure. The area in dark green in the top, that's currently a forested condition. However, there are a number of concrete debris piles associated with some of the former landscape activities. So all of that will be removed, and the area planted with shrubs, trees, to restore the form and function of that forested habitat. And then keep working our way down around the playground and the pickle court area in green, putting in more of a shrub habitat. And then to the lower right in orange, it's also going to be a meadow habitat. But we're going to be planting a variety of native perennials and grasses that are really pop for color and pollinator friendly. Further down to the right, currently that's just kind of a sandy gravelly area, so associated with the current landscape operations of storage. Outside of the footprint of the access drive leading to the north, we're going to be restoring it with a forested habitat closer to the river, transitioning down to a shrub, and then meadow habitat. So all in all, you know, it's nice ecological and restoration project mixed in with you know, the proposed development, really focusing on the riverine corridors that will kind of extend and provide wildlife habitat movement. As a reminder, there is a conservation area to the south. So we think that that's going to be a nice segue for a wildlife movement through the site and contiguous to this open space area. Thank you.
So I think lastly, we'd like to pass it over to Mike McKay briefly to talk to just some of the proposed building architecture.
Great. Thank you, Zach. Michael McKay, project architect. Nice to see everybody again. And we've taken a lot of the feedback from the previous two meetings and incorporated those changes into the design. I'll just briefly, I know this is an opening night without any peer review feedback, but we just thought we'd show a couple of highlight renderings and then an updated video. This is a view along from the, I guess the top upper right-hand view is the looking at the residential entrance, and then the commercial along Everett Street with the parking that we've discussed. And then the lower rendering is as you're approaching, going towards Westwood from Norwood, again, seeing the commercial space and how we've stepped the building back on both the retail front, then it steps back to residential level, and then again it steps back one more time. So we've tried to break up the massing. This is a very similar design package to that we submitted last time. It's just a little bit more developed. The ground floor plan of building A is, as mentioned, the parking is on the portion by the residential entrance, and then the 12,000 square feet of commercial space. And we also have a half a dozen ground level units that would open up to this courtyard. It's you know, we had this plan that we put together and we left it as a blank, and we love what Bowler has come up with in terms of the design for that courtyard. We think it would be a great space, and you'll see some of that come to life a little bit in the rendering. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is the rear building, building B. The view kind of looking from the pickleball court, probably, I would think, in this one. But this is a different building, but similar detail. A mixture of hardy cement board siding and shingles, residential scale windows. So it's more of a, you know, it's a different design package than what we did in Islington, but it is, as we discussed before, it's more in that, you know, more comfortable traditional design versus a more modern that we had initially presented months and months ago. So this has garage parking on the entire first floor, and then 3 stories of residential above it. We also do a little bit of stepping. There isn't a straight wall in the, but we've broken it up with some dormers, some mansard roofs, and some different color siding. Next, please. Yeah, so they cut me off. They only gave me a few slides because they wanted to talk all about themselves. No, I'm just kidding. So that's it for, we do, I think we did want to close out by showing the video. I'm not sure if now's the time, but this is it. This is an updated walkthrough, incorporating a lot of the ideas that we've discussed tonight. So I'll just let it go. maybe I won't. I have to keep talking because I always talk. So this, I think one of the highlights again was Andrea's work on restoring the brook and the team, the landscape architects, getting this brook back to life. We have the little freeze. So it's shown full. Right now it's clogged. It's not a very vibrant scene if you walk through it now, but bringing everything back to life, this is an important part. One of the big wins with this project. Just lost it. I have it available if you think I can try it from here. So I've lost it. Is it okay if I share the screen now? I will. Try to go through it a little faster. There's music with it too.
You're showing something right now. I don't see it personally.
I'm not seeing the video.
You're not seeing it?
Just your desktop or
No.
files.
We're just saying folders in your files.
Nobody's seeing this.
You might need to stop sharing and share again once you've clicked on the video.
All right, try again. Can you see it now? Not now? Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
now we see it.
All right, I skipped through the beginning. So this is coming up towards see a little bit of the dog park, this portion of it, and building B in the rear. There's also parking adjacent to the dog park. Was mentioned, we talked a lot about the walkways and the paths connecting all aspects of the site. And this shows those vehicle bridges now being used as pedestrian bridges and now entering into the courtyard for building A. And seeing how this brook, the two brooks cut through the site. This is another pedestrian bridge, the playground, and this guy playing pickleball just keeps running in place. In the last portion of it, you'll notice the rooftop. So we are planning on a full solar panel. We've already designed the roof to both buildings will have large areas of solar panels, and all the rooftop equipment will be concealed with fencing and also set back quite a bit from the roof edges. And that rendering kind of showed that. We have plans of that, but again, much further down the road. So that's it from my end. Thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Zach, can you just bring up, because I think the one thing we skipped was, if you could just show them the curb cuts and what each curb cut serves. You have that plan.
Sure. I don't know if, do you have that handy, Angela, or I can share the site plan really quick?
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, so we have the at the right edge of the page there, that's the proposed curb cut. That's similar to the existing location that serves the building B. And then the primary curb cut, again, very similar to the existing location that serves the office building, is right in the center there. And as part of that, we identified with our traffic consultant that was appropriate to have a right turn and left turn out lanes. So there's actually 3 lanes. There's 1 in and then 2 going out of that proposed curb cut. So that's why it's a little wider.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure everybody saw that. We have, but we weren't planning on having them make any type of presentation tonight because this was the initial. We were going to wait for the peer reviewer. We have our traffic consultant who's listening in and can respond to any questions, specific questions people have. That's Ken Cram, as well as Mark Frugier on the fiscal. Again, we thought we would wait till we got something back on the peer reviews. It would seem to make more sense in case as opposed to making a presentation twice. But they are here to respond. And that's our opening for this evening, and we'll gladly respond to any questions the board has.
Thank you very much. I do see our peer reviewer is here. Mr. Houston, did you want to make any comments? I know the peer review isn't quite done, but did you want to weigh in on anything you've seen tonight?
No, other than it's a very impressive project. As we said initially, due to the scale of the project, we had to gear it towards the next planning board meeting, and we will have our peer review to everyone well in advance of that. So.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up to board questions and comments at this point. Let's see, Kate, you got your hand up first.
Yeah, thank you. I of course think it looks really great. I'm very excited about this project. The concern that I have at this point, it isn't so much a concern as a request for guidance about how these things are typically handled. The extra wide pedestrian walkways to allow access, it just makes me a little nervous that they are wide enough for regular vehicles to drive across, and I wonder what the plan is to prevent that from happening, and if anything needs to happen with the parking spaces at the entranceways to those access points for access to keep them clear or anything like that. Just more a curiosity than a criticism.
Sure, Kate, I can take that one. A lot of times on those type of applications, we'll have some type of removable bollards to prevent access, but still accommodate access in an emergency scenario. I know for the gas company access, it's probably, we're still kind of figuring that out a little bit with the utility company at the moment, but I anticipate it'll be that type of accommodation. And then the other pedestrian bridge, it's got a little more distance from the parking lot. We've got full curb reveal. We think that's enough to kind of to protect that, unless the need was to arise for obviously some type of emergency access. But obviously I think we're pretty open to feedback if there's a strong urge for, some type of similar bollard protection at that one as well. So we definitely have a lot of options available.
Great. Yeah, I'm very interested in keeping pedestrians safe. So
Absolutely, as are we as civil engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Looks like Josh, you have your hand up.
Hey, everybody, I think the whole plan looks fantastic. Really quite excited for what this means for the town. Yeah, I did have one question. We had talked previously if there was any potential sort of funds from the state, as this is a brownfield site, to help defer some of those costs for you. Were you guys able to evaluate any of those opportunities?
Giorgio, you want to address that?
Yes, yes. So we, thank you. We did look into that through the state, and we were not successful in getting any of the funding for that. Again, it was a self-inflicted site, so it was really hard to get any funding for this project.
I'm glad you at least pursued that a little bit to help make this project come to fruition.
Thank you. Yeah, we spent a lot of time on it, and we were hoping to get some kind of funding on it, but it was denied.
Another question, you guys had shown a really nice layout of PV panels on the roof. Do we have a current like amount of panels that we're establishing up there, or is it sort of just in development now?
That's in development. We are going to be working with an electrical engineer and closely with the solar company to determine how many panels and, you know, kilowatts and everything else that could be used on the site. As you saw, there is a good size roof, square footage there. So I'm assuming the more the better, but that's something that the electrical engineers have to really work out and go through it all.
Just if I may add, this is an all-electric building. Both of these buildings will be all electric, so that we can use whatever we can get. So.
Fantastic. And one more question, any other considerations for any sort of water reclamation or anything else like that? You do have a bit of landscape there with impermeable surfaces, so any type of roof runoff collection or infiltration systems?
Zach, that's a question for you.
Yeah, as I mentioned, yeah, we do have a number of infiltration systems proposed as part of the project. A lot of times the gray water reuse ends up being an added cost, even though that's a great benefit. So I think in this case, given all of the other constraints and reclamation and remediation efforts, including the solar incorporation of the solar, that was kind of the determined path rather than gray water reuse. But we are infiltrating and recharging that into the groundwater and providing a lot of treatment and phosphorus removal in doing so.
Yeah, that will be something else we'll have to, you know, negotiate out as we look at this moving forward in terms of the treatment for all the paved areas and how we're going to do that, and having a plan, obviously. So as long as that's on your radar as well. One last question, although it's usually not in my wheelhouse, the pedestrian walkways, I only saw one in the front. Is that accurate, or did I just miss others from the shopping areas walkway to the actual pathway in the front, the sidewalks?
Yeah, I think that's correct. I can speak to that briefly too, but the long and short of it is, again, you got to keep in mind resiliency with a project like this, right? And I know Andrea mentioned the floodplain, so that is a real constraint on this site. And so in doing so, we're trying to be thoughtful and raise the building elevation to an elevation that makes sense and is resilient for future floodplain elevations. The challenge is Everett Street is a little grading challenge, so it's challenging to provide that connection, and where we're providing that is actually along the brook. I think you saw probably to the page right side of building A. That was the most logical connection location given the elevation challenges, and also just, you know, vehicular traffic and whatnot. So that's really where we're making the connection to the right of way in that one location. So,
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Chris, I think you got your hand up next.
Thanks, Ellen. Yeah, just a couple questions. Elijah or Nora, can you remind me, at least, I don't know about other members, this is a special permit they're filing for. Is this a prescriptive approach to parking, or is this planning board determined if it's appropriate?
Parking is at the planning board's discretion.
Okay. I thought that was the case, but I didn't want to presume. So thanks for the reminder. Operations plan, I know it's not authored yet, at least I assume it's not. I assume there's going to be you're making such effort to clean this river up. There's some type of ongoing or continual care and cleaning up for these two brooks. And the dog park also. I assume some thought will be given to maintaining the cleanliness of these two items.
Yeah, I'll speak to the dog park. Certainly, we're going to have all the standard, pet waste management in place here. And we've also, as I mentioned, considered and been thoughtful in the location to make sure that's set back properly from the brook. So all of that will be, in putting in place best management practices to maintain that dog park. Andrew, I don't know if you want to speak briefly to any ongoing maintenance associated with the stream mitigation.
So aside from the actual physical removal of the debris, the invasive species management will require a multi-year effort to address the bittersweet, the rose out there, and I think there's a couple of other species that are targeted. So that will take some effort. Beyond that, probably just, and then we're doing some bank restoration as well that I didn't acknowledge earlier. So probably some just general, as part of housekeeping measures throughout the year, they'll be picking up trash from the site, and then if anything's observed within the river.
Okay, thank you. If I missed this part of the presentation, I apologize. Location of bike racks?
Yeah, I think
And
we
how
have,
many?
there's I think 3 different locations. We could point to those if that's helpful.
Yeah, it would be for me,
Okay.
if you don't mind. You just pull it up, just general locations, it's fine.
Yeah, they're located at each building and also at the pathway connection to the public sidewalk along Everett Street that I mentioned. Kind of have one located near the front of each building entrance, and then where we see public coming from Everett Street into the site. So
will there be any storage in the underground parking areas for bikes, maybe off season for winter, for tenants in the winter?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
So we do have storage facilities in the building. We haven't determined yet if it's going to be for bikes or not, but we can take a look at something inside the building for bikes in each one of the buildings that we have here.
Okay. Great, thank you. EV charging locations in the parking areas, or either outside or inside? Has that been determined?
I think those are currently contemplated outside and in close proximity to the ADA spaces, which is an uncommon practice.
Okay.
So in front of both buildings, near the entrances, and near the, some of the closer locations to the building entrance and ADA spaces.
All right, thank you. And I have 2 more questions. One, how tall are the train tracks relative to, I believe the turret is the tallest item on this plan. How tall is that relative to the train tracks? Just trying to get a sense of scale.
If I may, we did a study for the first presentation, and if I realized today that we did not include that, but we did a study showing the relationship of the top of the track and our building. I can try to pull it up.
I think one of the renderings indicated that. Take was kind of up quickly and I couldn't
That was
really
my
get
one.
a sense.
No, we
Okay,
did an
okay.
actual,
Is it
we did
same
an
height?
actual section, a section through it. It's not, but with the trees, it is even winter. It's, the building is blocked out by the tracks and the existing trees that will remain the T property. But I have a drawing that I'll try to pull up while we're going over other things, and I'll get you.
Okay, it's not urgent. I'm just trying to get
I
a
have
general
it.
scale of
It's
the
here.
project.
We
Okay.
did it for we did it for the original.
I
visit.
remember discussion about it. I just couldn't remember higher, lower, same.
Okay.
So, and my last question, I think for Giorgio, I was wondering if you would be comfortable sharing, at least at this point, what you think we're looking at for the approximate rents for these units.
That's that's a moving target. But I can tell you they're gonna range from roughly 16 to 1800 for one bedrooms, 19 to 22 for, or 23 for two bedrooms, and then around 3,000 for a three-bedroom unit. The reason why I say it's a moving target, I mean, the rental market's changed so much in the past year alone, so they could go up and they could go down drastically, depending on, again, the way the economy is and everything else.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry to monopolize so much time.
No problem.
Good questions. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Phil?
Hi, thank you. I, having going by that intersection in that area on a daily basis, really laser focused on some of the traffic, parking, and some of these issues. You have 158 residential units at a 1.25 parking spaces. Explain to me how that works with respect to a one bedroom versus two versus three. How do you tell someone with a three compared to a one, they get that number of parking spaces? Or what's the plan?
Okay.
Anyone?
Yeah, so we from a parking management, we control the property, so we control it from a lease perspective. So the one bedrooms get a one, the two would get two, and so forth, depending on the amount of occupants and so forth in the bigger units. So we limit them from a lease perspective on when it comes to parking.
So you would still anticipate either within the lease specific designations, or as compared to essentially a free for all and people trying to get in and get out?
Correct. It would be specifically tied to their lease terms.
Okay. I on the commercial space, one space per 250 square feet. What's the vision? What's going to be in there? Because I just knowing this intersection, knowing the traffic that is there, it strikes me as that is going to be a big challenge at times.
Yes, well noted. It's just, we don't know, it's very hard to determine this far ahead what's gonna go there. We have to also, like, not only do we have to take consideration the parking, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
The parking, the traffic, but it really is gonna depend on, it's gonna be tenant specific. I can't tell you if it's gonna be an office space or, I mean, I don't, well, straight retail or shoe shop, it's hard to determine at this point.
Obviously, that makes a big difference if you have somebody who
Right.
doesn't really have cars coming in and out as compared to a coffee shop that has constant traffic that's driving in and out and doing whatnot. So,
Well, I think if it is a coffee shop type use or restaurant type use, I think it would have to go, I'm not 100% sure, but it would have to come back before this board. Is that correct, Peter?
I think so, but yes, okay. So looking at the cuts, and I'll also toss it out for Elijah and Nora. Is there consideration for another set of lights? Is that going to be needed to be dealing with this traffic situation? Because I see the traffic, particularly at certain points in time, is going to be quite the challenge. And part of it is a question as to what's involved in that.
Ken, do you want to, oh, there you are.
Ken, there you are. Ken, can you jump in and give us some guidance on this? Because I am envisioning a really challenging. Now you guys definitely got the hook with your solar, your green, video. You got the hook, but also looking at some of the issues that need to be addressed in terms of traffic and some of the other issues. I'm not going to repeat some of the concerns that have already been well echoed by my other members of the board, but so that's why I'm focusing primarily on the traffic.
Yeah, Bill, we did a full traffic study, which I know Mr. Houston will be reviewing.
Yep, and I'm eager to hear what he has to say about it.
But the volume of traffic that we're going to generate, because the site is pretty much split in two, so to speak, by the environmental factors. The site traffic is also split in two over the two driveways, and by itself, the volume of traffic that we will be generating would not be significant enough for us to warrant installing a traffic signal at our driveway. So it's going to be more of a traffic management, which effectively what we is done already by the site being split in two because of the brooks. So a lot of the traffic, yes, will want to turn left to go out, which is why we made the recommendation at the primary driveway to get that left turn lane so that it doesn't block the traffic that wants to go right, into Westwood, more or less.
I saw that in and color me a little skeptical, having gone by there, just in terms of the distance, the constant backup already that exists, and when you add cars, I am going to be interested in seeing what Mr. Houston has to say, but I think that's going to be a challenge. Some of the other issues, just in terms of obviously some of the density and whatnot, which then translate into some of your fiscal concerns. I'm not going to address those at this point, but obviously I think the board is very welcoming of the scale and the concept and the site. We just want to make sure we get it right. My other members have already said much of this, and I've taken much of your time. I'm eager to get this right and keep it going forward.
Thank you, Phil. Kate, you had your hand up again?
I do. I'm sorry, just one more bite of the apple if possible. So thank you for Chris for bringing up the bike racks. That was definitely, I was like, oh, and I forgot to say bike racks. I am curious for the curb cuts. Are they where the existing curb cuts are? Is that where we?
Yeah, generally consistent with the existing curb cut locations.
Okay, perfect. And then I know this isn't part of the plan yet, but the parking is so tight in the front of the building onto Everett Street, and with the brook right there, I'd love to understand the snow removal plan, and to make sure that there won't be snowbanks that prohibit pedestrian access or find their way out onto Everett Street. And the other thing I just wanted to remind folks who may not be aware of this, who are watching, is one of the hopes for this particular site is that many of the residents we're hoping will be relying on public transportation. So we'll be taking the bus, we'll be taking the commuter rail that's very nearby. So we are looking at the traffic and the parking, but we are hoping that that public transportation will be part of the decision making, the options that these residents are able to take advantage of. So thanks.
That's definitely the hope, and in addition to hopefully some bicyclists too, to utilize the bike racks. But in terms of the snow storage, obviously trying to keep those away, those locations identified away from the resource areas, so that and kind of in some landscaped areas up gradient, where they have the opportunity to melt, infiltrate into the green areas and leave that sediment or sand there, whatever's used for snow management behind, to be cleaned up in the spring and summer. I think we've identified, as you can imagine, a lot of those areas are along the MBTA area to the left for the upfront building A, away from the brook, and that also tends to be the upgraded areas. And then for building B in the rear, similarly, some areas kind of along the edge, the property line, and then utilizing some spaces if needed. But if it really turns into a big storm, I think as needed, we would turn to trucking it offsite if it came to that. If we ran into one of the storms or a series of storms from 5 or 6 so years back. But
Great, thank you.
Yep, good question.
Thank you, Kate. Josh?
Ms. Chair,
Oh, yes.
if I may, and the board, just a reminder that this is an introductory hearing, and just we don't want to cross into deliberation. Just heads up. Thanks.
Thank you, Elijah. Always good to keep that in mind. Josh, did you still have another question?
Yeah, I just had one more question, sort of touching on the public nature of some of the amenities. Will the dog park, the pickleball court, all that be open to just the residents or other non-residents that may try to use the space as well? And there's also currently a walking path cutting the back side of that. Is that going to be maintained or removed?
So the walking path you're referring to is the one that connects to the train? Yeah, so we're looking to find a way to connect the back of the site to that now. There is a property in between us and that walking path, but we're still looking into trying to get that direct access to it. Sorry, what was the other question regarding the dog park?
Well, all the amenities in terms of the external amenities, the playground, the pickleball court, the dog park, are those specifically for residents or are they open to the public?
I think at this point, it's open for discussion. We haven't really nailed down the particulars of that yet, but we're open to suggestions for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Chris?
Thanks. Josh, I was going to touch on that pathway that was just created a couple of years ago. And if there's a way to connect this project to that, so that tenants don't have to just walk under the bridge and walk up Washington Street all the time. I think making access to that pathway would be ideal, or having the option for either. The second question, it's not really a question, it's just a concern, echoing Phil's concerns of the traffic. I've lived on my side of town 26 years, and I've gone by this. I can't even count how many times I've driven by this, and it seems like the traffic queue goes past the existing curb cut quite frequently. And I know it's too close to consider putting another stop light up there for this project particular, but and I know Norwood is controlling of that intersection at Clapper Tree and Everett and Washington. But they used to allow right on red going up towards Zavarian, going under the bridge toward, then take a right towards Roach Brothers. I don't know what, I think that could alleviate a lot of that right-hand lane traffic. If it was to be argued to Department of Transportation or something, to be able to make that right on red, I think it could alleviate a lot of the queuing there. That might, I'm just worried about people trying to turn left out of this project to go towards the McDonald's, and there's just a line of cars blocking them, and people are impatient and they may not allow them to access to come in. They're not always going to be nice about it. So I'm just thinking of things that you might consider to make the traffic less of a concern for the board members. I have a concern about, and I think Phil has expressed that as well. So I just wanted to echo my concern about this particular situation. And I know it's centralized, but maybe pushing it closer to the Mercedes dealership may give you a few more car lengths of freedom, so to speak. Again, I'm just thinking out loud, but I think this is a something that we need to talk about further to address the potential traffic problems that many of us see as going to be real, not just potential.
Thank you, Chris. I see Phil has his hand up. I also see Mr. McKay has his hands up. So Mr. McKay, did you have a comment in relation to that comment before I go to Phil?
I just had an answer to Chris's question about height.
Great.
In relationship to the front door of building A, the top of the tracks are 34 feet above, then our ridge, the top of the turret is 44.5 feet. So the turret is a little bit higher, but it would not be visible from Washington Street. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Phil?
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump back on the Chris Vappa train here just for 1 second. I agree with Chris, just that the curb cuts that are closer to the intersection, closer to the train tracks, are probably too close. I was more interested in whether it was possible on the one that is closer to McDonald's, closer to the Mercedes dealership, if that was a possibility. I just envision with the ability to take left and right out of that space is going to be a nightmare going to happen. And trying to figure out additional car lengths is, I think, going to be critically important, depending upon also the commercial space, because that is going to dictate some of the flows and who's going to be the ones that come in and out. So I've already said enough on this issue, but I was just echoing what Chris said.
Thank you. I have a few comments and questions as well, unless any of my colleagues have any further. First of all, I do want to say I really loved when I got the packet and saw a plan for solar panels. I am very appreciative of that, not just solar ready, an actual plan for panels. So I appreciate that, and thank you for including that. I'm also, I think, as I've said, really in favor of what you plan to do with the brook. If I understand correctly, you're planning on daylighting the entire section of Purgatory Brook that would be on this property. Is that correct? Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that too, because that's a significant improvement over what's going on with the brook currently on the site. So I have a list. Some of these have already been brought up by my colleagues. It's kind of a compilation of some of my own questions and thoughts and some feedback I've gotten from some residents who have reviewed some of the materials. I don't necessarily expect answers right now, but just things to think about. Piggybacking on the traffic, one question that came up in conversations that I heard from residents was, is there any possibility of egress from another part of the lot that doesn't go to Everett Street? Is there any way to offer access to the lot to kind of help balance the traffic load, either out through the back or, well, I don't know that we want to put more cars on Washington Street because that's no better, but specifically through the back of the lot. I don't know if that's possible given that there are abutting properties, but just something to think about if there is a way to divert some of that traffic load not directly onto Everett Street, that might help address some of the concerns that I think my colleagues and I share.
You want me to jump in really quick, Ellen, or just?
Sure, yeah, if you have thoughts, that's great.
Yeah, no, just briefly from my perspective, I'm sure there's other, legal challenges and getting the abutters rights, but in terms of the civil point of view, there is a drainage BMP and swale along the property line to the east that serves, a lot of the abutters runoff that I think would be really challenging to work through. And then as you get to the back of the site, there's almost 10 feet of grade change. So the grading's a huge challenge and constraint, in addition to, I'm sure, some of the abutter rights and coordination that would be needed. So I just wanted to speak out as we go. Thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. It sounds like that's not really a feasible way to try and do some load balancing with the traffic. Okay. The affordable units, I read through the plan and I saw the proposed number of each 1, 2, and 3 bedroom. I had happened to be having a conversation with the chair of WAHA, Westwood Affordable Housing Authority. And he had mentioned that currently the state is not looking quite as favorably on the 1 bedrooms submitted to the SHI as they are on 2 and 3. I was hoping he'd be here tonight. It looks like he isn't, but just something to keep in mind, because I noticed that it seems like the majority of proposed affordables would be 1 bedrooms, I'm sure, based on the breakdown of each type of unit, but just something to keep in mind, because, part of the state is looking at creating opportunities for families, as is this zoning, as I believe we as a board. So I appreciate, having some 1 bedrooms is affordable, but I think I personally would be interested if there's a way economically for you to swing it to maybe decrease that number a little bit and increase the 2 and 3 bedrooms, especially if the state would look favorably on it. And it would create a few more opportunities for families at that level. I think that would be a positive thing if it's possible. The color version of the site plan I found very helpful. I appreciated being able to see exactly where the brook is in relation to the structures and the parking and all that. I didn't see that in our packet. It was nice to see it displayed. So I think for me, probably for my colleagues and for the residents who are taking an interest in this project, I think the color version is really helpful. So if we could make sure as we go forward that whatever changes happen to it, if that's kind of widely available, I think that's really helpful. Sorry, I'm looking I don't want to repeat something that's already been addressed. I did hear, I know we haven't gone down the path of the landscaping plan yet, but one aspect that jumped out at me is I heard primarily native species. I would ask for all native species. We're moving towards that. I think Conservation Commission, when you talk to them, that's something that they ask for as well. But I figured I would just mention that now while you're making your plans. I'd like to see all native species, particularly in proximity to a water resource.
Sure, yeah, we could speak to that a little bit more at a following hearing. My understanding is the non-native species, the few that are proposed, are well adapted to the area and provide a great aesthetic benefit to the overall landscape character. So that was the approach there, but we could have the landscape architect on next time to speak a little bit more to that.
That'd be great. I know we didn't go down that, but I just figured I'd articulate that now as you're making your plans. I have heard a lot of conversation from residents and, on social media about the number of school kids that would be generated by this development. And the general feeling that I'm hearing is that they think that what has been proposed in your preliminary assessment is probably not as much as it's likely to generate, given that this is going to be a state-of-the-art, desirable development with some lovely amenities in proximity to a brand new state-of-the-art elementary school. The feeling in the community is that people with families will want to live here. And again, that's the whole point of the MBTA zoning, is to make opportunities for families. So I tend to share that gut feeling that number of school children may be on the low side. So I think that's just something that I'm hearing in the community as a concern, is that we don't want to underestimate the impact of that draw. Again, I'm just putting that out there. And I think the only other thing I had on my list that we haven't really talked about is the total number of units. I know we had discussed this in September, 158, you had brought that to us then. And I understand that there's math involved in how you come up with that. But I think at the time, my colleagues and I had all kind of expressed a little concern, as that is still half again what you're entitled to by right. And I'm hearing concern over that density in the community as well. I don't know if there's any way for you if there's any movement there. But that gives me a little bit of pause, particularly since I am hearing that there's concern in the community as well. So I just felt the need to bring that forward as well. And that is all that's on my list. My colleagues covered the rest of the comments and questions that I had. At this point, I'd like to ask Elijah, are there any comments from staff, including yourself, that you would like to share?
Yes, so the comments that I had for the applicant as well that I shared with the board was, at the recently passed town meeting, there was the one EV charging station for every 25 parking spaces. If the applicant can reflect that in their plan, a color rendition of the site, which the applicant has shown tonight, and then a request if the board and the applicant are open, would be looking at a mix of affordable units at the site. There are 24 units currently. If there were a mix, 8 units that are at 80% AMI, 8 that are at 50% AMI, and 8 that are at 30% AMI. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Elijah. Okay. Were there any other comments, questions from board or staff before I open it up to public participation?
I'm just gonna echo Ellen's comments on the school and the density. I didn't want to take up too much time because I was focusing on the traffic, but I do think there's still a little more sharpening of the pencils that we might be able to do, because I am concerned about that too.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. At this point, I think I do see some comments in the Q&A. I'd like to open it up to public participation. One thing I would note is that per policy for public participation, we need your full name and your address to be able to share your comment and respond to it. Because I think there's a few in the Q&A that do not have all that information. But there are a couple that are complete, so I can start with those. I don't see anyone. If you'd like to participate, aside from via the Q&A, you're welcome to raise your hand and we can enable you to speak. I do see one attendee with his hand raised, Tony Mullen. That'll give the Q&A a minute to catch up to.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, Anthony Mullen, 126 Pond Street. I had some questions about, I'm on the school committee as well. I think Peter Zaka mentioned that he talked to someone in the schools about the 26 number. It'd be helpful, one, to understand who he talked to the schools, because my understanding this has not come before the school committee. And two, it's just to give you some costs, it's $20,000 per student in Westwood. So even 26 children makes up to 520,000. I know that's not marginal cost, but if the numbers go above 26, I'd love to have the planning board consider some mitigation funds to compensate the schools for additional costs.
thank you, Tony.
Would you like us to respond if we can to Mark?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Mark Fougere, you hear me?
Yep.
Mark, you just let them know who you discussed this with at the school department.
So I talked with Miss Jane Batiste, the director of finance, relative to the project. And, those gross costs are interesting numbers, but, the reality is the enrollments in the school are going down. She did not see any capacity issues. She did not see any direct costs to the district that we needed to account for. We did set aside over $200,000 for potential special education costs that could obviously occur given the percentage of students that receive that type of aid. But aside from that, she did not bring up any issues. The new elementary school obviously is an asset. We also looked at the enrollment at the Gables, which is an apartment building in town with 350 units, and there's only 35 school children there. Obviously, if the bedroom mix should change based on your discussions with you and the applicant, more 2 bedrooms and more 3 bedrooms will increase the number of school children that would come out from the project. I think the numbers I have here, my projections are conservative. They come from actual developments, 40B developments. They're real numbers. They're not estimates. And, it's not uncommon for people to question them, but, when the Gables was constructed, there were voices in the community that were saying there was going to be over 70 children, 80 children in that development, and that never happened. But I'd be happy to take another look at the numbers and also look at the impact of the potential impact of this site being so close to that new school that's going to open up next year.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Yeah, just to I appreciate that. And I think what I'm hearing is, you know, the comparison between this potential development and the Gables, people are seeing this location and this development with the amenities and whatnot as being potentially more desirable for families to move into, so that there would be more of a draw to move a family to this development than there was to the Gables, which is a little more outside of town, not as much green space. I understand the concern. I understand what you're saying too, but I do understand. I don't discount that theory that it could potentially draw more families with school age children, given its proximity to so many desirable aspects in Westwood.
Yeah, and I always try to find data as close to the, you know, in town as I can. And the Gables, the most, you know, newest apartment building in the community. And if there were others, I would have grabbed those because obviously having context is important. You know, it's a legitimate concern. I think, you know, being in a mixed use area, what I'm finding in my research, I do these projects all over the state, all over New England, in mixed use environments, they're just not as attractive to families as more rural areas, more residential like apartment complexes. But, you know, I can understand why that might be some anxiety coming out of there. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Were there any other attendees? I don't see any other hands raised. So I will look at the Q&A. Okay, there are, most of these comments, people have provided their address. I will start with those. There's still one participant, Terry. If you could add your full name and address, I will be able to share your comments. Otherwise, I will not be able to share those, unfortunately. So I will start with Amanda Drainville, 57 Wentworth Street. Are you planning for any other MBTA access besides a potential walking path to Islington Station?
I guess we're open to any other recommendations, but I think that's probably the only one that we can provide, since it's a fast moving train, and I think it has to be at a train stop to have access to it. So I'm not sure what other amenities we can provide for that.
Thank you. Another one from Amanda Drainville, 57 Wentworth Street. Could you make a curb cut at the current light on Everett Street for traffic mitigation?
You cannot, because the grade is about 8-foot difference from the site to where the traffic light exists today.
Thank you. Okay, there are a lot. So I'm just going to go through these, and if I miss one, someone let me know. Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. Do the one bedrooms have a den?
They do not.
Actually, I was going to answer that. I was reading some of the questions. Some of the one bedrooms have studies. I think there may be a half a dozen of them that have offices without windows or closets.
Oh, I understood something else as a den. I'm sorry. Study rooms, yes. Sorry.
No worries. Den's
Alan,
kind of an amorphous word.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they cordoned off with doors, or are they cased openings?
Cased openings.
Thanks, Chris. I think that my guess is that's where that question was going, is that, you know, the idea that someone could try and use it as a bedroom, even though it's a one bedroom. Okay, Anthony Mullen, 126 Pond Street. We would appreciate if the developer would share all their assumptions on the schools with the school committee. I think that's more of a comment. Let's see. Okay, sorry. Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. With the water resources already being stretched, Dedham Westwood Water District already asking to conserve water mid-May. A water ban is imminent. Having the additional residences / commercial from this project will surely add to the problem. Could you dig for your own wells? Westwood Fire Department is also understaffed. How can we mitigate for them and our police?
I'm going to address all those.
Yeah, that's, I
You
know
had the
that's a lot.
conversations, Joe, yeah.
So we'll go with the water company first. So right now, the water companies are actually fighting for who wants it. What I mean by that is it could be Norwood, it could be Denham Westwood Water. They both want that site for a connection. It already has a connection from Norwood, but they both want it. So there is plenty of water to for that site. The other question was for the fire department. I did speak to Chief Deckers, and he's open to responding to any questions or concerns they have about staffing. He didn't see any concerns about staffing for this project. We also are working with Chief Deckers to do a new BDA system that'll really benefit that entire section of Islington, not only where this project is at 22 Everett, but everything behind this project and all the way up through Islington Center. The BDA system, it's just improves the bandwidth that's in that area. Right now, it's very low bandwidth. So Chief Deckers was really supportive of working with him on that BDA system, and he does feel he has enough staff to handle a project this size. What was the other question? I think those two, right?
It was similar, but also for the police departments.
We have not spoken to the police department yet, but I'm sure that he will have his comments at some point.
I just to jump in, I did speak to both the fire chief and the police chief relative to development. They both did not have any concern relative to the project on their department. The police chief did note that, you know, the community is growing. Calls are growing town-wide from everything that's going on in the community that is impacting his department. But he did not see any grave concern about the increased calls based on the estimates that I went over with him.
Thank you.
And Ellen, just think of, for clarity, think of the BDA as like a repeater, so that more of the city can have coverage for the fire alarms.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Not sure if I said it right.
All right. So I do have addresses here and names. Terry Fowler, 213 Canton Street. She had a few, so I'll just start and try and go through all of hers. Her first question is, are these rentals or condos?
Rentals.
Also from Terry, what is the cost per foot for the commercial space?
We haven't determined that yet.
Third one from Terry Fowler, 213 Canton. What type of 24-hour security will be provided for housing?
The site is under 24-hour surveillance through camera systems.
Okay, thank you. Another one from Terry Fowler, 213 Canton Street. What is the current AH units that the town needs to stay compliant?
Affordable housing.
I think that's probably, you know, where do we need to be for the SHI or to stay above 10%, if I'm understanding that question correctly? That might be more of an Elijah/Nora question.
Yeah.
So I can answer that we are above 10%. So we do not currently need any additional units to be above 10%.
And this project actually would require 15% of the new units to be offered at an affordable rate, if I remember correctly from the bylaw. So it would cover the 10% generated, whatever the number of units ends up being, it would cover the 10% generated plus an additional 5% on top of that. So I believe we come out ahead as far as the SHI goes. I believe this is Amanda Drainville. Again, let me grab her address. Sorry, that disappeared. Right, because it was marked answered. Amanda Drainville, 57 Wentworth Street. Okay, I think some of these are similar to what was already asked. How will there be a traffic control or a light at Everett Street? I think we've already talked about that a bit. Is there any MBTA access plan? I think that's probably in relation to the pathway we spoke of. Another one from Terry Fowler, 213 Canton. Rents are low, especially for one bedroom. This is worrying about the type of residents this low rent will attract. I believe that's just a comment. Another comment from Terry Fowler. No one is going to be able to make a left turn. The traffic is bad. Another from Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. I remember at the last hearing, the planning board was not on board with the 158 units or a dog park. A dog park will encourage lots of traffic from other surrounding towns. When did this change? I don't know if anyone wanted to comment on that.
Not,
I
I'm
think
not sure that the dog park changed. I think that was always in the original plan.
I think I remember, and I may be remembering incorrectly, but I think I had said at one point, if cost were a concern, that would be the one feature that I'm not super attached to. I guess my questions about that would be more about the liability. And, I'd had concerns around the proximity to Purgatory Brook, but I know you have a plan for that. But I guess maybe not tonight, but I'd like to hear more about the liability concerns and mitigation around that at the next conversation.
And Alan, sorry, Alan, if I may, before we jump off of that,
Yeah.
we did address the 158 and the general desire to see a lower number if possible. And my recollection is that we had discussions about the dog park. I don't remember not being on board with the dog park.
Yeah, I think there was, I do remember that we were all reticent about the total number of units back in September. And I think some people were excited about the dog park. And like I said, I was a little bit more ambivalent. I think it's a nice feature, but again, if costs are an issue, if we have to give and take, I think that was the one feature that I was okay with seeing disappear from the plan. I hope that answers the question. And I think we addressed the total number of units again tonight, and that it sounds like there's still, at least with some of us, some concern around that. Terry Fowler, 213 Canton. What is the square footage of the 1 bedroom and the 2 bedrooms?
Mike, can you answer that?
Yeah, I can answer that. There's many different sizes. The minimum size for a 1 bedroom is 740 square feet. The average would be 820 for a 2 bedrooms are over 1,000 square feet, between 1,000 and 1,100. And the 3 bedrooms some of them are at 1,300, but average would be in the 1,250 range.
Thank you. Amanda Drainville, I believe it was 57 Wentworth. Could you make a curb cut at the light on Everett Street for traffic mitigation? I think we've already talked about that. Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. I have a tough time believing this project will only bring in 26 children, especially since the state is pushing for families. If it goes over 26 children, it could be a huge problem to the schools. Can we have a plan to mitigate money if there are more than 26 children? I think we've talked about that a couple of times, and I think you've noted our questions around that, and look forward to hearing more at our next conversation. Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane, will there be background checks on all rental residences?
Yes, we do background check on all residents that are in any of our properties.
Okay. Tony Mullen, Anthony Mullen, 126 Pond Street. I would like to echo the board's support for the solar panels. Thank you, Tony. I don't think I missed any. All right. And I do see we have an attendee with his hand up. Stephen Olenoff, if we could allow him to speak.
Hi, Steve Olenoff, 52 Glandor Road, also associate member of the planning board. Just one thing, I think that the parking should be unlinked from the rental costs. In other words, rather than have a parking space for 1 bedroom and then 2 for 2 and so on, that all units should get no parking spaces with their rent. If they want a parking space, then they pay extra for that. And that way you're not discriminating against someone who has no automobile, which is trying to encourage that kind of rental. Those people wouldn't be paying the same amount of rent as someone who actually has a car, or there wouldn't be a space there that's just left empty all the time because someone doesn't have that space. But I think it should be limited, so a 1 bedroom apartment shouldn't have no more than 1 space rented to it, and 2 bedrooms. And I would say no more than 2 per any apartment. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I actually support that idea as well. I think, given that there are concerns around parking and number of car, not just parking, but number of cars, if we are trying to encourage people to use public transportation, that certainly would be an effective way to do it. Okay, are there any other people in attendance that wanted to comment? Any more public participation? I'm not seeing any more hands raised. I'm not seeing anything left in the Q&A. Any final thoughts from board members or staff? Okay. I think at this point, I would take a motion to continue this hearing to, it would be our next meeting, right, Elijah?
That is correct.
So I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for the mixed use multiple family residential overlay district MUMFROD special permit and consolidated earth material movement environmental impact and design review EIDR approval for 22 Everett Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on May 24th, 2023 to Tuesday, July 11th, 2023 at 7 p.m. via, is that right?
It would actually be Tuesday, June 20th.
Oh, forgive me, June 20th. Still at 7, Elijah?
Correct.
Right, okay, thank you. Via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar and the homepage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Phil?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
Chris?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you all to the applicant and their whole team for coming in and bringing such a comprehensive proposal.
Thank you very much. A lot of good information to be being exchanged.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you all for the time and
Thanks.
feedback. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just pop back over to the agenda here. Next up, I believe we have 190 Washington Street. And I have a legal notice to read on that. Did we want to bring in the applicants for that if they're here?
Yes, so we have Attorney Zaka, who is representing the applicant for this as well.
I'm not sure if they're there, Elijah, but there'll be Michael Bassamian.
I see a Jennifer Bassamian.
They have to be related. So. Yeah.
Right.
A Joseph Betancourt.
Okay.
John Barrows.
Okay.
And I believe Christian Huntress.
I do not see Christian.
And Ken Graham is already up. So.
All right, looks like we
Thank you.
have at least most folks. Thank you. I'll open the public hearing and read the legal notice. The Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, June 6th, 2023 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding an application filed by Peter Zaka on behalf of Sky Realty Management, LLC, for consideration of an environmental impact and design review, EIDR approval, EIDR earth material movement, EIDR EMM approval, and special permit for reduction of required minimum number of parking spaces pursuant to sections 7.3, 6.1.9, 7.1, and 10.3 of the Westwood zoning bylaw for the purposes of renovating the interior, exterior, and parking lot of the existing property at 190 Washington Street, Westwood, Mass. 02090, in accordance with PB-23-26. The property is in the local business B, LBB zoning district, Land affected, Assessor's Map 16, Lot 162, property owner Sky Realty Management LLC. Is that sufficient from the notice, Nora? Yeah, okay. That at this point, I will invite the applicants to present their application to.
Great. Good evening. For the record, I'm Peter Zucker. I'm an attorney representing Sky Realty Management relative to the redevelopment of 190 Washington Street in Westwood. Just to introduce the team, I believe he's with us, is Mike Barsamian. He is the principal of Sky Realty Management. He's also the owner of the Lords and Ladies hair salons, one of which would be relocating to this site. Also with us, we have Joe Betancourt, who's with GMB Design Studio. He's the project architect. John Barrows with Mashonda, yeah, I always say it wrong, and Associates. He's the project engineer. We may have Chris Huntress with us, who's with Huntress Associates. He's the landscape architect and lighting. And we have Ken Cram, who is the director, traffic engineering, Bayside Engineering. As indicated, we submitted a application, including application for a special permit for the redevelopment of 190 Washington Street. This property is currently owned by the applicant, but he has not utilized it as such. Has been vacant, I believe, since, as far as I'm aware, since he's at it. Contains approximately a little over 14,000 square feet of land with 135 feet of frontage on Washington Street. It's actually located between two intersections, Waldo Street and Wentworth Street. It's about 20 feet from Waldo Street, and it's about, which is to the south, and 68 feet from Wentworth Street to the north. And it's located in the local business zoning district. Makes this unique in terms of what we're trying to do is this property abuts residential property on three sides, both side property lines as well as to the rear. The subject property is currently occupied by a two-story building. It was most recently used as an insurance agency. The building itself is surrounded by asphalt. Does not appear to, I'm sure at some point it was, but I've been to the site a number of times, does not appear to be striped in terms of actual striped parking. And I would probably label it void of any landscaping. And currently it's accessed via two curb cuts. As you'll see more in depth in a second from the engineers and the architect, the proposal is to renovate both the exterior and interior of the building. What I would call any insignificant enlargement. There's an existing porch. We're going to enclose that porch, and you'll see in a second, and add that as part of the building floor area. And I think there's a small addition to the front to make a, I think, nice looking entryway, primarily to get you to the second floor. Upon redevelopment, the first floor is going to be used as a beauty salon, and the second floor would be the applicant's personal office. The proposal, as you'll see in a second, we're going to close the southernmost curb cut, which is the one closest to Waldo. I believe that was actually a suggestion that came up prior to my involvement when the team had met with Nora and others. As shown, we're served by 13 parking spaces. We're increasing the landscaping on the site, and specifically including 5 feet around the perimeter of the parking lot and around the building, except for where there's walkways around the building. We are proposing to replace a fence on the property. It's somewhat can be argued whether it was our fence, not part of it is definitely on our property. Some of the fence appears to be off our property. I assumed it had been on our property and fell down. But we're also adding a 3-foot guardrail because there is a significant drop from the site, even though it slopes. And we're doing an updated and new stormwater management system. From a use perspective, the uses that we're proposing are allowed as of right at the site. It appears to us the building satisfies all of the zoning requirements. for the LB zoning district. We had asked for a number of either special permits and or waivers, and maybe in some cases clarification. We need a special permit from section 6 in the table of parking requirements. We're proposing 13 parking spaces instead of the required 14. We just received, I should indicate, we just received Mr. Houston's peer review. There were 63, I believe. I use the word questions or issues. We'll be responding to those. But in terms of the parking, I will be submitting from my client a sort of a survey of his other locations in support of our request for the special permit to go down to 13 parking spaces. If needed, and this was sort of a question, to allow the project to have landscape areas of less than 5 feet in depth adjacent to the buildings, and it's basically in the areas where there's walkways. I don't think we completely did this, but we were asking for a waiver of the exterior lighting plan. All that's being planned for this building is building mounted lights. We were not proposing any parking lot lights. We were looking for a waiver of a full traffic study. We submitted a traffic impact analysis performed by Mr. Cram. And then there was a question, or maybe an interpretation question, but your bylaw says, and you'll see when you go through it, that from a center line of an access or egress point to a parking lot to the center line of an intersecting street is supposed to be 150 feet. We have 138, but it's an existing condition. I looked at that as a continuation of a pre-existing non-conforming condition. And then there was supposed to be a 20-foot landscape buffer from residential zones. If we did that, we basically have landscaping right up to the building, would have no parking. And last was the waiver of the model. So that's a quick overview. I don't know if this is going to John or Joe. I think Joe maybe first.
Yeah, happy to go first. If I could just share the screen. Let's see. Oops. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having an issue with sharing the screen.
You may want to open the file again and then share the screen, or exit out of sharing the screen, open the file again.
Open the file again. Okay.
And then share.
Yeah, just bear with me for 1 second.
You know, it always works during the run through.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Yeah, I apologize. I don't know why it's minimizing my screen. Are you able to see the screen now?
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
Good.
Okay. All right.
Okay, is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much for your patience on that. I know it's late. Good evening, my name is Joe Betancourt. I'm an architect at the Design Studio, at 14 North Central Street here in Peabody. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to share our project with you this evening. Basically, what you see on the screen now is sort of the essence of what we're doing regarding the project. So to the left is the existing front view, and then to the right is essentially what we're doing. So as was mentioned earlier, this is an exterior renovation as well as the interior renovation. So on the screen now, just quickly going through, there are two site plans. The one to the left is the existing, and you see highlighted in red are the two portions that we're adding to the footprint. So if you can see my cursor, the porch is here that Attorney Zaka referred to. We're enclosing that in. We're adding this corner piece to create an element, as you see here on this front view. Then we're also enclosing this piece here in the back. And to the right is basically the proposed footprint, as well as the diagram of the updated plot plan, which I'll let John go through in further detail. But that's shown just to describe what it is that we're doing. We also have a few just quick goals for the project. So by eliminating the second entry and curb cut, we think that that's going to help to clarify and make safer the vehicular access coming in and going out. As you can see, just even with this base diagram, we are adding more pervious area, so more green to the property, as well as sort of repositioning or enhancing the image of the building. So just quickly going through some of the existing images. So to the left, this is the one of the existing curb cuts. It's actually a little wider than it needs to be. This is the one that we're maintaining, but we're essentially going to shift it to the left. We're going to make it a little bit narrower, as you'll see in John's plan. Again, to make it safer and a little bit more intuitive. To the right, this is the one that we're actually going to be closing off, as you'll see in the plan a little bit later. And then just going around the building, this is, so going, let's say to the left, that's the porch that we want to utilize that footprint to turn into internal space on the first floor and second floor. And then that corner piece is actually going to go here, as we'll see in just a bit. As we go a little bit further around to the back, there is an existing called a bunker. It's a concrete block structure that we're going to maintain, and maybe we use it for storage. We definitely want to dress it up, but it is existing in part of the footprint that we'd like to utilize. And then as we go around to the other side, this was one of the pieces that we're planning to enclose just to make that second means of egress sort of conditioned space, so it's easier to get from the second floor up to grade. And then I'm adding these images because you all know much better than me for sure, but there's been a lot of beautiful work that's been done downtown, and we want to borrow from these qualities, and we're not going to mimic any of it, but there's a lot of good stuff to sort of draw from. So we want to take kind of the quality of the scaling, the finer grain details in some of the buildings, the landscape at the base, the natural material of the stone, those qualities that you all know as part of your downtown. We want to bring some of those up the street onto our project, including sort of the lighting, the signage, kind of this sort of look and feel and scale, and again, some fine grained details as we develop them. And then just starting with a quick little bird's eye view, if you will, showing our proposed building on the site. So Washington Street running left to right on the screen. This is the proposed curb cut. As you'll see in finer detail with John's plan, our parking lot, so in and out. There's a one-way around, which we see as sort of a convenience
one way. So if somebody pulls in and there's no parking, they can simply go around the building and come back out. You see also the corner piece that Attorney Zaka referred to here. The roof line will be reworked. We're going to keep the same ridge height. We're just reshaping sort of the profile, if you will, of the roof. So it's more of a hip roof, a little bit lower scale. And then you see some of the other scaling elements on the building. This is the curb cut that we're planning to close. So just the landscaping that Chris had come up with is actually much better looking than what I'm showing here, but that's where it is relative to the site. This is, it's early, it's diagrammatic, but this is essentially sort of the look and feel of the project. Again, this is the main sort of curb cut and entry and access to the site. This is a corner element to give a little bit of sort of identity, a little bit more commercial, but still trying to have a feel of something that's also residential. As was mentioned, there are houses around this, so it wants to try to strike that balance. Just looking at just quickly the floor plan. So the first floor plan to the left, this is the entry vestibule. So the main door is here. Stair that brings you up to the second floor is located here, as you can see with the cursor. First floor access doors are through here. Right now, we're just showing a shelf for the salon, but both floors do have two gender-neutral, ADA-compliant toilets, and you can see also on both floors the new egress stair that's enclosed and made much safer. Second floor, as you arrive, right now we're just showing the shell. We're not sure yet how it's going to get fit out, but essentially that will be part of the interior fit out. And then just moving to some of the proposed views, I've added, just to kind of complement sort of the look and feel of these images, I've added some, let's call it the more technical elevation drawings, as well as grades that was requested that we show in the presentation. The key takeaway, or one of the key takeaways, is that the finished first floor is roughly 129.2 feet. And then from there, as you see it, as we'll move around, we'll make sure that we're addressing ADA issues and things like that. But that 129.2 is the existing first floor. So you can see in the front, we're trying to establish sort of a base for the building with thinking we want to use stone, as long as it's cost effective, having some bay elements to really root and scale the project kind of nested into the landscape, much like we saw in some of the precedents that are downtown. And then the corner element, the door will actually be here, so this visor is actually the wrong spot. But again, this is really more about the sort of look and feel and the idea of kind of keeping the scale lower. Moving to the left, again, the elevation, if we follow the grades, 129 is the front door. It then slopes gently down to 127 and then ultimately to 125. You can see we're bringing the stone base around to the back corner. There will be some foundation that's exposed, and I believe we're showing some landscaping in this zone. And Chris has called for a beautiful red maple tree in this corner, which I didn't show in the elevation, but it is on the landscape plan, which I think will bring some nice color to the composition. Lighting, we don't have a lighting plan, but this is sort of the look and feel of what we want to do. We don't want to have any bright spotlights coming off the building. We want to take special features, the stone, maybe wash it very softly as we can, and then possibly also doing some landscape lighting so that the base of the building has a beautiful glow in the evening. Going towards the back, again, the 3D is more of a sort of look and feel. The elevation that I'm sort of highlighting here actually has the grades. So from left to right, this is elevation 127. This is, call it 125.5, give or take, depending on where we take it. But here you can see we're bringing some of that stone around and then essentially ending it at this bunker and maybe going with a little bit more cost-effective material in this location. I should point out also this zone that I'm pointing to, that's an enclosure, a screening of some sort. We haven't designed it yet, but you get a sense of it here, where we'll put the three heat pump units, so they're screened, they're low, and they're quiet. We'll also have a zone for the trash. It'll all be enclosed, so easily accessible, but not visible. Just swinging around again, this is the curb cut that we're closing. Just again, another vantage point of what you might see from the public realm, from the sidewalk, as you're sort of walking past it. And here again, we see the spot grades. So this is roughly 128, and it descends down to about 127 in this location. And you can see how we're sort of banding the stone, and we may have some datum lines to sort of trace around the building and really unify the project in a very simple way. And then, really getting closer to the building, this landscaping is, Chris's landscape plan is much better than this, but again, it's really the idea that as you get closer to the building, the lighting details, the natural stone, the visor, whether it's metal roof or whether it's a cloth, the idea is to really, again, bring some of the qualities and the character that we see downtown and make sure that we're using those same ingredients here. Again, we don't have really cut sheets for the lighting, but this is more of sort of the look and feel, kind of that soft wash, and really just being very strategic with what we want to highlight and how we do that. That's really it for the architectural portion of it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. At this point, I think I'd like to open it up to board questions. I see.
Excuse me. If
Oh,
I could-
sorry.
I'm sorry. John, are you going to run through your?
Sure, I can give you a little overview here. Would it be possible for me to share my screen?
You should have that capability.
Can you all see that okay?
Yes.
So again, my name is John Barrows. I'm from Chandra and Associates. I'm a professional engineer working on the project. Attorney Zachary and Joe did a nice job explaining the conditions of the site. I thought maybe just throw up the existing conditions plan so you get a little feel for the different aspects of the site. As they mentioned, the site is approximately a third of an acre in size, 14,000 square feet. Presently, we have, let's see, roughly 12,000 square feet of impervious surfaces. So that represents about 86% of the site is impervious. As they mentioned, there are two curb cuts on the property. This one's approximately 30 feet wide. This one's approximately 25 feet wide. The site generally grades from the I guess the front right corner or the southwest corner to the kind of the northeast corner. The site abuts residential properties on all three sides. There are no resource areas within within 100 feet of the property. We're not in any floodplain hazard areas. Stormwater presently flows again towards the back rear corner, the northeast corner. There's presently a single catch basin with a small dry well area that accepts pretty much the entire site. And there is a existing retaining wall that kind of meanders along the property line. So there's a change in grade from the abutting properties to the corner or the sidelines of the property. Varies anywhere from a couple of feet towards Washington Street down to almost 6 feet in the back corner, which is the highest point. So this is the proposed layout. As you can see, we're kind of rearranging the edge of pavement with some curbing, kind of manage the stormwater and the landscape areas around the property. Again, we're kind of maintaining the same drainage pattern. We're going to have a single deep sump catch basin that captures all the stormwater coming off of the pavement areas, and we'll also have a roof drainage system that will accept the drainage and will drain to a underground chamber system. Probably pretty familiar with it. It will more likely be something like Caltech plastic chamber and stone, and obviously it's a significant improvement to the drainage. Right now, the capacity of the catch basin, even though we don't believe there's been any issues, is very small, and this would obviously improve the conditions up to a 100-year storm event. We have seen the peer review by Mr. Houston, and we understand there's some things that we're probably going to add and improve on. As far as the parking lot layout goes, we're planning on the main parking area to be two-way parking, so that this is the area that the people coming into the property would use. There is we're planning on a one-way kind of back of building access that would be more for employees or deliveries and what have you. It's really not, the idea is for general parking to come and go from the main parking area here. So this would be two-way parking through here with a single parking. And as Peter and Joe mentioned, we're going to have a single 20-foot wide curb cut, and this curb cut over here would no longer be there. As far as the other utilities go, we're planning on maintaining the existing sewer and water services. I believe it's going to be sufficient for the use. I know in the past there's been an office building, and then before I think it was a Chinese restaurant, and believe it's probably going to be suitable. As far as the electric, we have a couple overhead wires that come in off the pole in front. The hope is that we can go underground with that and help the aesthetics of the building there. I think that pretty much covers it. As you know, we're going to have to get an administrative land disturbance permit because we're going to be disturbing more than 5,000 square feet and less than a half an acre, even though most of the excavation should be relatively shallow. I think that,
John, can you just point out where the guardrail is going and where we're proposing for the fence?
Sure. So if you can see, this is the magenta line is the curbing, and then behind that is you can see the proposed guardrail through here. We would incorporate beside a guardrail. There's also a plan, and I believe Chris has it on his landscape plan that we'd have a screening fence as well that would get incorporated with that as a few feet above that, so that would kind of block. The idea is to block headlights, so it would kind of be a mixed guardrail fence system.
Great, thank you.
Again, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Mr. Zaka, are there any other, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt before. Are there any other presentations from your end of things?
I know Ken Cram was with us, but again, I think, we received the peer review, and I think it may make sense to hold off until, Ken has an opportunity to look at what the peer reviewer brought up and then present traffic at the next meeting. But Ken's here if there's any specific questions. I should also point out, I meant to mention this earlier, actually, in terms of the other project, but Elijah was able, we did have a quick meeting to go over a few items prior to peer review. Nora and the building commissioner was there, so I know they did ask, and we will be doing this just to clarify on the site, the direction that there will be arrows put on the, they had asked for arrows on the ground. I know the peer reviewer also asked for a number of markings on the plan as well. So yeah, that's it for now.
Great, thank you very much. I think I see Tom Houston is here. Mr. Houston, if you'd like to weigh in, any comments? I know you did the peer review.
Yes, I'd be most pleased to do so. The first thing I wanted to mention is actually an issue that we didn't pick up on when we submitted the peer review, but I have since noticed that the floor areas listed in the application don't add up to the total floor area of the building that's listed in the application. The first floor is 1887 square feet. The second floor is 1928. That adds up to 3815 square feet. The total area is listed as 4689. So there's about 874 square feet missing. I suspect that may be the additions that have been put on the building, but in scaling them, I couldn't get it up to the 874 square feet. And the other issue is that the floor areas without these additions were what were used for the trip generation for the traffic and also for the parking analysis. So I think we need to just clarify the square footage of the building and then back through some of the impacted calculations. So I can comment generally. I think the plans are very well prepared. There's no significant issues that arise from the plan preparation. As Attorney Zaka said, we concur that the proposed uses are uses by right. The beauty shop is listed as one of the personal service establishment uses, which are uses by right. And also the office uses are uses by right. The dimensional criteria, the lot area, the setbacks, all that, they all comply with the zoning bylaw. The building height is allowed to be 36. It's listed in the text of the application as 25. But there's some detail that has to be provided, like a scaled section of the building, and also the grades of the grade plane around the building just to fix the building height. I'm fairly certain it complies, but we just wanted to close in on that. There are 14 parking spaces required, subject to clarification of the actual floor areas of use in the building. 13 parking spaces are being provided. So the applicant has petitioned for a special permit for reduced parking. The first comment we had actually follows up on an issue that Attorney Zaka brought up in his project narrative. There's supposed to be a 5-foot landscape band around the buildings. And part of this band is devoted to plaza areas that sort of provide access to the main building entrances. Now, obviously, any strip of landscaping around the building has to have walkways, but I think the attorney's concern was because these are not just walkways, they're sort of plaza areas, is there any kind of relief that's necessary there? They have provided, and presently the site has negligible landscaping. They've provided nice 5-foot wide landscape strips around the parking area, which is required by the bylaw. Some minor modifications. There is supposed to be trees at 27 feet on center. The size of the trees are supposed to be 4 inches, measured 4 feet off the ground. The current trees are smaller than that. There's a nice board fence being provided to shield the residential properties, but we need a detail to see what that fence is actually going to look like. There is, as was mentioned, no exterior lighting plan. Lighting on the building may be acceptable, but we do need some information on that. We would like the fixtures to be dark skies compliant. We'd like the illumination levels to be lower. So we need some of the specs on the lighting as proposed to determine compliance with the bylaw. As was mentioned, the driveway currently is only 20 or so feet from Waldo Way. They're improving that by closing that driveway and modifying an existing one. What you end up with is an offset of 138 feet. It's supposed to be 150. If you read the bylaw, the board is empowered under the bylaw to give relief for prior non-conforming uses, but the relief is supposed to be either for a structure or a use, and this is neither. This is sort of a driveway location. So the question becomes, how in the framework of the bylaw should the relief be granted for the 138-foot separation to Waldo Way? It's just an administrative thing. There is a wall sign on the building that's shown. The legend says lords and ladies. I think that was mentioned earlier, but there is not dimensional information provided on that sign, so we can't tell how it complies with the bylaw. In terms of noise, the property abuts residential properties on 3 sides. I don't know whether there's any external mechanical equipment proposed here, whether it's heat pumps or air conditioning, condensers, etc. If there is, that should be shown, and we should have information on the noise characteristics of that equipment. And we're also suggesting, if there is external mechanical equipment, that there be a one-time post-construction noise measurement to determine compliance with the bylaw. The project does require an earth material movement permit. So we've raised a number of questions about that. We've asked the quantity and type of earth material to be estimated. We're recommending, in accordance with a separate bylaw in the town, that the earth material movement be restricted to the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we've further asked that truck trips off the site not be allowed during peak hours of 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. due to the heavy traffic conditions on Washington Street. We've asked that any earth material that's left in a disturbed state be stabilized within 14 days. And we've asked the applicant to coordinate with the police department in terms of any controls that are required for the trucks involved in the earth material movement. I can say in general, I would anticipate that there's not a huge quantity of earth materials that are being brought on or off the site. But nonetheless, I think the controls are appropriate. We've asked that the solid waste and recycling dumpsters be shown. They may be rollout type dumpsters, but we don't have information on that. In terms of stormwater, which is always critical on any site, the stormwater management system is very well designed. It generally complies with all 10 of the Massachusetts stormwater standards, which are also incorporated by reference in Westwood's regulations. One thing we did suggest, that there is an existing dry well on the site that for the past decades has been receiving parking lot runoff with all its contaminants in it. And there's no real means of cleaning that up. So we're concerned that contaminants have probably accumulated in the soil around the dry well. So we've asked that the excavation of the soil around the dry well, which is necessary to put in the new infiltration system, we've asked that that excavation be observed by either a professional engineer or a licensed site professional to make sure that any contaminants in the soil are removed. We've asked for the applicant to excavate one additional test pit in the area of the proposed infiltration facility. That is required by the stormwater handbook based upon the size of the facility, but it also serves two additional purposes. The two test pits that we have are both at one end of the infiltration facility. So excavating a test pit at the other end will give us a better picture of the soil profile through the whole infiltration structure. The other thing is the two test pits that we have don't quite go 4 feet beneath the bottom of stone of the infiltration facility. So you have to assume that the bottom of the test pit is also seasonal high groundwater because we don't know what's below the bottom. So this third test pit, if it's excavated to more than 4 feet below the bottom of stone, it eliminates the requirement for a mounding analysis for the structure. And it also will confirm that there'll be ample dry soil to remove contaminants from the stormwater. Another issue with the stormwater system, this is kind of a self-contained system. Everything flows into the infiltration facility and there's no real emergency overflow. If you did have an emergency overflow, it would discharge to the residential properties that are adjacent, which is not a good idea. So we noted that the maximum level of ponding in that facility is 123.35 feet under the 100-year storm event. And that's not too much above the grate of the catch basin for the facility. So what we're suggesting to make sure, oh, and the way the water gets out of the infiltration facility, it flushes back through the catch basin. So when it does that, it's going to pick up all the contaminants that are resting in the sump of the catch basin. So this is going to be water with contaminants in it. We don't want to discharge it to the adjacent residential properties. We don't want to discharge it into the soil. So what we're suggesting is that they set the top of curb elevation in the parking lot at elevation 124.35, which is 1 foot above the maximum level of inundation in the infiltration structure. So that's going to capture this water during the 100-year event and hold it in the parking lot. It'll eventually trickle back down into the infiltration facility, and there'll be no discharge to the ground and no discharge to the adjacent residential property of any water that has contaminants in it that it picked up from the catch basin. So I've had several comments here about the construction period, erosion and sedimentation control plan. I won't go through those. We also had a couple of comments on the long-term operation and maintenance plan. One of them is to provide an operation and maintenance plan that shows all the BMPs to be maintained. We had a number of comments on signage on the site to implement the one-way circulation pattern, including do not enter signs. And we're suggesting that arrows and the legend one-way be placed with thermoplastic pavement markings on that one-way roadway around the building, requesting a stop sign and a stop bar at the exit onto Washington Street. Had some comments on the grading, show the first floor elevation of the building to provide spot grades on the plaza and walkway areas, and to slightly raise the grade at the site driveway to make sure that water flowing in the gutter line of Washington Street doesn't come and enter the site and cause flooding problems. We've asked that snow storage be shown. There's not a lot of area with the landscaping and everything to have snow storage. So part of the snow management plan is going to have to be the commitment to remove snow from the site under larger storm events. Bicycle parking is not shown. We've cited that and indicated that it should comply with the planning board's bicycle parking design regulations. We had some comments on construction phase. And the final thing I wanted to mention is the traffic impact assessment. The traffic impact assessment doesn't address most of the requirements for a traffic study. I think the rationale behind that is that the traffic engineer realized that the project is not a major traffic generator. It generates in a whole day 134 trips. That's 0.7% of the traffic volume on adjacent Washington Street. So I think that's probably why there wasn't a detailed traffic study done. But in terms of what it's lacking, there's no analysis of off-site intersections. There's no analysis of the intersection of the project driveway itself. There are no future build traffic volumes. There's no gap analysis. There's no site distance determinations, etc. So I think what the applicant is coming to the board requesting that the traffic study be waived. We acknowledge that it's not a major traffic generator. And I can also tell you the result of the study is going to be that the on-site vehicles, particularly the vehicles that exit the site and try to turn left onto Washington Street, are going to be substantially delayed. We know that because it already happens in every private driveway along the site. So I think, not to speak for the applicant, I presume that's why they're asking for a waiver of the traffic study, but that's really a determination by the board. Do you want the information that a traffic study could provide? So those are the sort of long highlights of the report. Be pleased to answer any questions, and certainly answer questions after the applicant has had a chance to do their detailed response. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Houston. Okay, I think at this point I will open up the floor to board comments. I see a couple folks with their hands up. Josh, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Thanks, Mr. Zaka. You guys did a great job sort of pushing both sides of the envelope there and answered a couple of my questions already. The one thing that I do want to understand, as Mr. Houston brought up, was the storage of dumpsters or other trash refuse and how it's going to impact the parking. Because we're already short on parking a little bit, and if we're going to have a dumpster out there, it's going to make it even shorter. So that would be like my first sort of concern. And sort of, I guess my next is, you know, if we're just going to be illuminating the sides of the buildings, what about the parking? In my experience, you know, these establishments can stay open into the evening hours, and I just want to make sure that there's ample light for people visiting the establishment, but also designed in such a way not to impact the abutters.
So I
John,
would,
do you want
so go ahead, Joe.
Sorry, John, do you want to address the dumpster, or should I pull up my plan location?
Do you want me to share my screen again here?
Yeah, or I can share mine.
Everybody can see that. Joe, if correct me if I'm not wrong here, the idea is to put the dumpsters in that enclosure area in the back there, right?
Correct, yeah. If you recall the elevation, the rear elevation, there was a kind of a rectangle sort of depicting the screen. But yeah, you're absolutely right, John. That's where it would go. And that would also have the 3 units for the heat pumps. We obviously haven't sized those, so we haven't laid out that area. But generally where the cursor is, there would be a rectangle. And that arrow that's shown going in, we probably will not have that arrow or access to that 1-story piece there. So that's the zone for the 2 heat pump units, and it's also the zone for the trash. And again, we don't know how we're going to sort of divvy it up, but it will all be screened in. And we're thinking, you know, maybe a 5-foot screen, if that's sufficient. If we need to, we'll go to 6 feet, so that you definitely will not see it.
Thank you. Josh, did you have any other questions at this time?
No, that's it. Just the lighting for any individuals that are trying to go to the establishment in the evening. But I guess that will be sussed out as they respond to the comments from Mr. Houston.
Excellent. Thank you. Kate.
Thank you. I have 2 items. First, I'd love to see a bike rack somewhere on property. But second, I'd like to understand for anyone who needs to take advantage of the handicap parking, what is the experience like for them getting into the building? How are they actually doing that? Where's the door?
I'll share my screen if I could.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Oops. Yeah. So is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, so the accessible parking space is actually, it's located here. This is currently striped, so there isn't a spot here. The idea is the elevation at the front door is, let's call it 129.2. This is about 127. So the idea is that from this space, somebody would come along the driveway. We are going to, as we evolve this plan, incorporate a gentle ramp that will be nested into an updated landscape zone. So you're sort of coming through a ramp, but it's also landscaped. And then you arrive in this location at elevation 129.2, and you get into the building. Or if you go into the salon, you get into the salon through here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I see, Phil?
Yeah, and maybe Tom or someone else can jump. The elimination of the curb cut and the traffic assessment, that's one thing that, does that impact your views on the traffic impact assessment or not? Because the elimination, to me, I was, as indicated by the prior public hearing, was leaning towards more information on the traffic impact, but I wanted to know if that has from your assessment, the curb cut elimination, does that change your view or not, that there's going to be some delays and there's going to be some impact?
Well, I think elimination of the curb cut near Waldo Way is a significant safety improvement. Just you don't want a street and a driveway in close proximity on the same side of the street. So that's a positive. But having eliminated it, you are focusing the traffic at one location. However, even if there were two vehicles coming out of those driveways turning left, would still be substantially delayed. There's just too few gaps in the main street traffic to leave the site efficiently, particularly turning left. But that's a problem that every property on Washington Street has. So.
Right. And moving the other curb cut further away, further up, does that assist in the safety issues, or what's
well, no, it's a delicate balance because there are streets on both sides of this site.
Right.
So you don't want to move it too far in the other direction, because then you're starting to cut down the distance to I forget the name of the street, Whitmore or something. So I think their location is fine. Particularly, it relates well to the required dimensions of the parking area. So I think they've picked a good location for it.
Okay. And then my other question was just regarding your views on the existing dry well and contaminants. Can you kind of expand upon that? Because that was something that I caught my eye and I wanted to just get a little bit more.
Sure. I mean, the reason I think that there is so much emphasis on water quality for stormwater these days is the recognition that there is a substantial contaminant burden in stormwater. It has all sorts of petroleum products that are deposited on pavement by vehicles. It's got rubber that's deposited. It's got automobile chemicals. It picks up pesticides and other things from adjacent landscaped areas. So there's a significant contaminant burden in stormwater. The current design process is set forth in the Stormwater Handbook addresses that because it requires you to remove TSS, which are particulates. And the theory is not only are the particulates a contaminant unto themselves, but many of the other contaminants tend to adhere to those particles. They flock about the particles in stormwater. So if you drop the particles out, you drop the contaminants out. So there's a universal recognition that contaminants in stormwater are a problem. That site's been there a long time. I doubt the parking lot's been swept frequently. So there's probably contaminants in the soil. You got to dig the soil out anyway because the new infiltration facility is going in roughly the same place. So just have somebody look at it and test the material that's coming out.
So Tess, but your view of the proposed stormwater was generally positive. It was.
Oh yeah, they've got a, yes, they have a deep sump, catch basin and hood upgrading into the infiltration facility. And that removes 25% of the contaminants. So it's current practice.
Definite improvement.
Definite improvement, yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. I'm good.
Thank you, Phil. Chris?
Thanks, Ellen. Most of my questions were addressed. I just had a couple stray thoughts here. One of the elevations you showed, the existing and the proposed, you omitted the utility pole that was in the sidewalk. I assume that's staying?
Yeah, that's just poor modeling on our part. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is to remain.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. And it was brought up earlier about the signage, the Lord and Ladies signage. Can we expect a sign package?
Yeah, the intent was to submit a separate sign package and not include it with this application.
Yeah, okay. I suppose that was the answer, but I just wanted to bring it up. And can you explain, I'm just a little concerned about the physical availability, the size availability for the back of the property for the 2 heat units and a dumpster, and gaining access to the dumpster at least on a weekly basis for emptying. I'm just a little concerned with granite curbing surrounding it. How I'd just like an explanation of what we're talking about for removal of the dumpster, emptying of the dumpster.
That's it's an area that we'll have to evolve and take a closer look at. For now, we just know it's going to be in that zone. But we can, we'll get that on the list, and next time we'll have kind of a larger plan to share with you.
Okay. And I think you were talking about enclosures, whatever it takes. I think we have a prescriptive path to that, to dumpster enclosures. You can look that up and find out what's going to be required from our perspective in our bylaws. And if it was said, I'm sorry, I missed it. Based on what's all happening here, I assume all the current asphalt is going to be removed and everything will be a new asphalt around this property. I mean, with the stormwater, we're talking about putting in new landscaping. It just seems like there's a whole lot of work going on in what is currently asphalt.
Yeah, it'll be basically at the same grade, but yeah, the existing pavement is probably going to get pulverized and maybe used as base course.
Okay. And I appreciate how you started off your presentation with regard to pulling cues from the neighborhood at Islington. While we were discussing this, I looked up Google Maps Street View, and I kind of looked around. There are no commercial buildings around this area, and I really appreciate all of the improvements you've made to the current building, but for one exception, and that it just seems to me that corner that we're highlighting is just a little too contemporary for the area. It's just too much glass and steel. I would love to see maybe some some of the stone brought in, not entirely. I don't mind it being an accent. I'm not trying to say it. I don't want it to stand out. I'm just, for my taste, it just looks a little too commercial for the, or not commercial, a little too contemporary for the neighborhood. And I don't know, I'm not speaking for any other board members. I'm just, that was my knee-jerk reaction, was it was just a little too contemporary in style compared to the rest of the neighborhood. But I appreciate what you were trying to do. And I'm not trying to take that away entirely. It seems like maybe some of the stone elements might be a welcome relief there from all the glass and metal that you depicted in your elevation.
Yeah, and that's a really good comment. And in truth, we sort of froze the diagram, a few months ago, knowing that as we evolve, we might even make it a little bit smaller, for example. But to your point, yeah, the amount of glass, is something that we're going to be looking at. We'll go through a couple of different iterations so that we really try to sort of right size the scale, if you will, because right now it almost feels like it's just a little bit too grand for the rest of the building. So it's a really good observation, and we'll go through a couple of iterations to try to, reconcile kind of the level of expression that it wants to draw to itself relative to the rest of the building.
Great, thank you. I look forward to that discussion.
I'm going to echo Chris, because I did a Google Maps also, and they did exactly what he did and looked around. So I'm going to echo that sentiment.
Thank you both. And I would also echo the sentiment that corner especially does feel a little bit too contemporary for that neighborhood, particularly since it is mostly residential there and beyond. I had a couple of other notes as well. I know we didn't really get too deep into it in our conversation so far, but I did look through your landscaping plan, and there are several species you're proposing that are not native. Most of them aren't native to this country, never mind to New England. So I have a list. I would like to see maidengrass, sergeant juniper, boule de neige, daylily, and blue spruce. I'd like to see alternate options proposed for those. And the blue spruce is at least native to the United States, but it's really a Colorado, it's a Rocky Mountain tree. So I'd prefer to see species that are preferably New England native in total. You had some that were, but I'd like to see them all proposed to be native plants. The only other comment that I have is about your renderings. I know you added in the small elevation documents and the illustrations in the corners of those that show the grade, but I don't think the renderings really accurately represent that grade. It makes it look like the building is going to be the same all the way around when we've talked about it's really not. And I'd like to see those renderings reflect how much foundation we're going to see on one side. I think that's really important aesthetically for the conversations to really understand the impact of that grade on the building design. So for our next meeting, I'd like to see those renderings updated.
Okay.
That's the only other comment I had. I don't know if any of my colleagues had follow-on comments. Okay, seeing none. Elijah, any staff comments you'd like to add?
Yes, so just kind of reiterating that the building commissioner had made comments related to the barrier as well as the parking, and to follow up with Mr. Houston's comments for the review.
Thank you very much. As this is a public hearing, I would like to open it up to public participation. If there's anyone in the attendee list that would like to, I see a hand raised. Alex, or nope, hand disappeared. I'll give it a second to see if the hand goes back up. Yes, Alex would like to comment, if we can allow him or her to speak. Alex, if you could give us your full name and address for the record, please.
Morozov, 200 Washington Street. I have a question regarding the lighting around the building, because for now, it's like very bright lights with like it's like a light pollution. Our patio is constantly under the extremely aggressive light. It's 4 bright LED, like I call it projectors. Is it possible to discuss later with somebody who is in charge to manage that? Because the previous owner did not put attention on my request to some kind of manage. And that's a big issue for us because we have a street light on one corner and this light from the building, it's obviously too much. That is why if it's possible to put in count some way, it will be great.
Thank you for that feedback.
Sorry, I will continue. What about the trees? Because we have pretty nice tall trees and fence between the Way and the building. My understanding that Mr. Houston mentioned something about that. It's still not clear what kind of fence will be built on that side. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is it possible also next meeting to like some kind of more specific like information about that?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you before. Thank you for both of those questions. I don't know if there's anyone from the project team that could weigh in on either or both.
Yeah, I will. In terms of the lights, the existing lights are clearly not staying. And we will bring back some more information to show that the proposed lights will not have the same effect as was mentioned by the speaker and will remain on this site. And typically, you know, everything other than anything needed for safety, there's no residential component of this. So there's no need to have, you know, lights on, you know, 24 hours a day. But the lights are to light the building and to, of course, for the short hours that the building is open at night to, you know, provide safe passage to and from the parking lot. But other than that, we will show that there won't be any light switch. That's an excellent point. And if that's occurring today, I'm sure the owner is now aware of it, and we'll see what we can, you know, do while we're going through this project to eliminate, you know, if those lights are going on now. In terms of the fence, I know one of Mr. Houston's comments was that we bring back a more detailed, drawing of the proposed fence. But I believe it was going to be, and John, you could jump in, but I believe we were going to was proposed was a wooden fence, sort of replacing in kind with the fence that's currently or was currently there, even though some of it is sort of fallen down.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well, that we were going to replace the existing dilapidated fence through that, you know, that back, I guess, back right-hand corner, as well as along the opposite side where the guardrail is going. I believe the landscape plan has kind of a general fence detail, but I'm not 100% on that. If not, I'm sure we can incorporate that into.
Yeah, we'll bring something back that's more.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. It looks like I don't see any other hands raised in the attendees, but I do see we have 2 items in the Q&A. First one is Brian Drainville, 57 Wentworth. What will be the operating hours of the business?
I'm assuming the office part will be general, you know, 9 to 5, but the Lord and Lady or the hairdressing part would probably be the hours that are being considered are Monday through Friday, 8 to 8, and Saturday, 8 to 5.
Thank you. Fran Fusco, 20 Pine Lane. I wanted to echo my thoughts on the building looking too contemporary for the area as well. Thank you, Fran. Okay, I'll give it another second if there's any more public comment. I don't see anything else. Any further comment at this time from the board or staff?
If the board is so inclined, I would recommend continuing to the June 20th meeting.
Great. I would take a motion to that effect.
So I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for environmental impact and design review EIDR approval for 190 Washington Street as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on May 11th, 2023 to Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will take a roll call vote. Chris?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Phil?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right. Next up, it looks like we have 425 Providence Highway, the Mercedes-Benz dealership. This is the continuation of the public hearing that we opened at the joint meeting with the Norwood Planning Board. And I think we need to bring in the applicants. I see Paula Devereaux has her hand up. Is she a member of the project team?
I believe so. Yes.
A quick question. I wasn't at the Norwood meeting. Do I participate or not?
We missed you, by the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to be there.
In order to participate in this hearing, you would have to view the videotape of the prior hearing that you missed. You
Okay.
need to do that before you vote.
Okay, then.
Thank you. My name is Paula Devereaux, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of the Mercedes-Benz of Westwood, AMR. And I'm actually here to request a continuance because we have received the peer review by Beta, and we're going through that now and getting the plans in order to respond to those comments. But we have yet to receive the architectural design peer review report. I'm not sure what the status of that is, but we have not received it yet. So I'm here to request a continuance.
Okay. So procedurally, do we just need to have someone make a motion for that since the applicant requested it and then vote?
Yes, to a date and time certain, which I'm suggesting June 20th.
Great.
Is that amenable?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, then I'll take a motion.
So I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for environmental impact and design review EIDR approval for that's where we're at. Yeah, sorry. For 425 Providence Highway, as described in the application, therefore submitted to the planning board and filed in the office of the town clerk on April 14th, 2023 to Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, take a roll call vote. Phil?
Abstain.
Chris?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you very much. We'll
Right,
see you on
thank
the
you.
20th.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
I have a
Kate?
quick question for Nora, if I could. How does this have a 425 Providence Highway address when it never touches Providence Highway?
Well, that's the address in Westwood, and we count the land in Norwood as if it's part of that lot. So the Norwood part of it touches Providence Highway, and it gets its address from the Norwood part of it. Although I think Norwood has some different address for it, so.
Okay.
Whatever get us
Just-
the taxes for it.
Thank you for that
Okay.
answer.
Yeah, that was a good question. Some of those parcels over there, I don't understand the addresses to be there. Okay, well, that moved things along a little bit. Next up is Morgan Farm Estates. And this is not a public hearing, if I'm correct. Yes.
Correct.
So no legal notice to read. So if we could bring in the applicant.
All right. He'll be joining shortly. Okay, yeah. I think he is on here. Yeah, Mr. Petrosi has requested a landscape modification as well as a bond release. So he is here to make his presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Petrosi. If you'd like to, I'll just give you the floor and let you tell us about your request.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you. I appreciate the continuance from the last hearing because it was getting a little late. But I'm here tonight for two reasons. One is for Morgan Farm Estates. We just recently completed the final pavement on the roadway. And we asked for a bond reduction to release the funds to pay for the paving. And Nora had informed me also that we needed to request a modification to a prior planting plan for street trees. So many of you, I don't think anybody on the board was present when the subdivision was approved back in 2013 or 2012. At that time, it was one of the first open space development subdivisions in town. And so over the last 10 years, we've built out the subdivision. And at that time, the decision in the board's decision was to leave the planting of the street trees up to the town planner, who at the time was Nora. And so Nora has moved on to more higher up position. So we had a previous planner, Abigail McCabe, that agreed on this plan that was where we proposed the tree locations. In the interim period of time, one of the property owners did not want trees planted on his lot. So that is why we're asking for an amendment to the plan that was previously approved by Abigail back in 2018. So that would be the first request, is to get an approval of so that we don't have to plant trees on this lot that is vacant at the present time. And the second thing is to ask for the bond to be reduced to allow the funds to be released to pay for the paving.
If I could just add to Lou's statement there. When the Morgan Farm project was approved, the planning board originally didn't require any specific layout for the street trees because this was probably the first subdivision in town where the planning board required the developer to keep as many of the existing trees in the area as possible rather than clear cut the site. And so Lou developed it, maintaining a lot of the trees that were coming right up to the edge of the road. And so the planning board allowed for the town planner to go back with Lou after the road was in and the lots were set to be developed and determine where additional trees could go. So that's what was done. And Abby had approved a plan that showed trees throughout the area, throughout the roadway, wherever there was room to put them. And there were just 2 trees that were proposed at that time that a property owner has now asked not to have included. I will say that there are trees all throughout this development. It's probably one of the most attractive developments in town from the perspective of having street trees and trees just off of the road. So I don't have any concerns about not putting those 2 additional trees in. And if the board is inclined, I would recommend that you consider the request a minor modification to the subdivision approval.
Thank you. Okay, so if I understand, there's a few pieces we need to discuss and make decisions about. The first one is this request a minor modification? Should we do these individually or should we have the whole discussion and then vote on everything at the end? What do you recommend?
So I would recommend you address if you modify the landscape plan and allow these 2 trees not to be put in, then you can then move from that point to determine that whether or not the subject.
It sounds like we should discuss whether or not we feel that this request is a minor modification. Any comments or questions from board members?
Yeah,
Any?
I guess I have a quick sort of, I guess, spitball idea. If anybody is concerned that it is not a minor modification, would anybody be amenable to just donating the money to the tree fund of the town if anyone was concerned, so that we could push this along for Mr. Petruzzi? Just an idea if anyone was concerned.
Good idea. Any thoughts on that proposal?
Or Mr. Petruzzi, can you give a sense also as to 2 trees out of the scope, since none of us were there at the time? What was the scope of the 2 trees?
You mean the trees, generally we planted 2.5 inch sunset red maples and Cleveland pears as the tree of choice for the subdivision. So, just this gentleman, I don't know if you've been up in the location, but the people have done an extensive job of landscaping all of their properties. And in this particular case, this gentleman has tremendous amount of landscaping that he's planted in the back of the lot and not on the front of the lot. So it's kind of just doesn't want any trees in his front yet in the front of the lot.
Okay. I'm good with that.
First of all, Lou, I'm a little disappointed you didn't remember I was on the board when we
Wow.
voted this through.
Well, it's a long time
Chris,
ago.
you had a big
I
impact
know,
on him.
It was.
You
clearly.
must have been a newbie at that time.
Less gray hair.
I was.
There you go.
Yes. It was a different appearance then. But remembering this particular development, I would say the omission of 2 trees is minor. It might not even be the right word. It is a minor modification in my estimation to the landscape plan here, or the tree plan.
I'd be comfortable with it as minor.
Agree.
Same. I've driven up through there over the years, and I agree with Nora's assessment. It is a very lovely neighborhood and has it's got a large tree canopy. So I am, and I'm a huge fan of trees. So I'm not concerned at all about saying this is a minor modification to not plant 2 additional trees. Well, okay. Was any other board or staff comments before I ask for a motion? All right, I guess then I would entertain a motion to determine that this request is a minor modification.
Kate, you're on board.
Uh,
moved.
can I just say so moved? That
That's-
feels like it was enough. No, Elijah and Nora are not having that.
They're,
Okay,
they're not
so
happy with us.
I move that the
You're
planning
getting the
board
scowl.
find the proposed modification to the landscape plan for the Morgan Farm Estates open space residential development definitive subdivision to be minor in nature.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Josh,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Okay, so
Thank
then the next, you're welcome. So Nora, the next piece is determining that the project is complete.
Well, can I speak?
Sure.
Yet, and that's when we would consider the project like complete. And if and it's still up for grabs. Action. There's presently approximately $44,000 held by Needham Bank as part of a security for a tripartite agreement. And we've completed all of the work that was in the disbursement schedule or the schedule of construction for the roadway. That schedule did not include as-built plans. So the as-built plans are still are in the process of being completed at this time.
Ms. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just
please.
prior to getting into the release of funds, you do have to make a motion as to the actual modification of the plan that doesn't have those two street trees. There is a suggested a motion with some conditions.
I'll make that.
Okay,
That's okay.
great, thank you.
I'll move that the planning board grant the proposed modifications to the proposed modifications to the landscape plan for the Morgan Farm Estates open space residential development definitive subdivision, subject to the following conditions. 1, except as modified by the conditions and findings thereof, the project shall comply with the project plans and with the conditions of all prior approvals in all respects. 2, if the project or any condition imposed in this decision requires permit, license, or other approval from any other board or commission, including the Westwood Conservation Commission, Westwood Zoning Board of Appeals, Westwood Select Board, or any agency of the town of Westwood, or any other regulatory agency of the Commonwealth or the federal government, the applicant shall make an appropriate application for the same. If any condition of such permit, license, or any other approval from any other board, committee, or agency is inconsistent with this decision, the applicant shall make the application to the planning board for an amendment of this decision, and the planning board shall consider such application in accordance with the requirements of the planning board subdivision regulations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, let's take a roll call vote. Phil,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Okay, part 3. So now we need to discuss it sounds like we need to discuss the tripartite agreement.
Correct.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Petrosi, for explaining that. I feel like I'd like to hear from staff with some extra background before we start our discussion on that. I think that would be useful if none of the board members object to that.
I guess I can start and then Nora.
Can I just make a request? It's late. I'm tired. Let's keep it punchy. Make it
All right.
really clear for me. Thank you.
To be straight and to the point, with perhaps unfortunate perceived cause to the applicant, if there is no as-built plan, then we can't, in good faith, release the funds.
That was succinct.
That is
Do we-
punchy.
That was cutting
Yeah,
to
it
the
was-
chase.
I was cutting to the chase. Do we have an opinion from town council on this? I know he's not here.
He's not here, but I did speak to Pat earlier today, and he thinks that the planning board should be advised not to deviate from their normal practice. The normal practice is to require the as-built plans before releasing surety that covers the utilities in the roadway. And the reason for that is that until we have that as-built plan, we don't know for sure that everything has been installed appropriately. Now, we have history with Lou. He's a terrific builder. He does a good job, and I have no reason to think that the utilities aren't properly done. The roadway is evident. You can drive down there and see it. Everything looks fine. The curbs are fine. But without those as-built plans, we don't know what the inverts are. And unless we see the plans and have them approved by the town engineer, we can't be sure that everything was done correctly. And if those plans come in and we find out that something wasn't done, we don't have any funds on hand to correct the situation. There was recently the homes at 45 had a sewer plan, and the inverts on that plan ended up being problematic. They ended up addressing it, but it went through a long period of review between their engineers, the town's engineers, before they ended up getting to something that was approvable. And I don't want to see the same thing happen here. So I think after speaking to town council, I would advise you to wait until you have the as-built plan before releasing surety.
Thank you, Nora.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, Mr.
So-
Petrosi.
So, I've done 35 subdivisions in my life. And we've never had a bond held up because of as-built plans not being submitted. In fact, in most cases, when you get to an as-built plan and you finally pave the roadway and you're thinking that the subdivision may not be accurately built, you really let the ball roll too far down the road. I mean, these roads are built and inspected by the town's consultants and engineers at every phase of construction. When the water main goes in, it's inspected. When the sewer goes in, it's inspected. When the drainage goes in, it's inspected. When the wetland replication is done, it's inspected. So to say that the town does not know whether or not the road has been built according to the plans, well, they do know. They've known at every stage of the process of construction that is required by the planning board when the roads are built. The as-built plan is just simply, and the street acceptance plan is strictly an administrative requirement in the event that the town decides to accept the roadway as public, at which time the street acceptance plan is required to be recorded in the taking for the town, but it's in no way a requirement or that before a bond reduction takes place. In fact, this tripartite agreement had hundreds of thousands of dollars as secured under the tripartite agreement, and the planning board released it at every phase of construction when the work was completed. If there was a requirement to have as-built plans submitted prior to the bond reductions, it would have been in the disbursement schedule for the tripartite agreement. It was not, and it's not included. And so for the planning board now to withhold those funds after they've advanced hundreds of thousands of dollars previously, that would be a significant disservice to Wall Street after we went ahead and paved the roadway and encountered these extra expenses. If that was the case, we would have waited and not paved the road until the as-built plans were more closer to completion. So I would appreciate that the board consider, I have no objections to leaving some amount of money in the tripartite into the bond to cover the cost of the as-built plans being finalized or prepared, but in no way would I be favorable towards not releasing the monies that we're entitled to.
Thank you.
Nora, can you speak to what Mr. Petrosi said with regard to the as-built plans being the final?
Yes, so here's a
Release.
copy of the decision that was issued in 2012, and there's a later decision with some amendments. I can pull that up as well. But from the very first date of approval, there has been a condition right here, condition 13 in this version, that says the as-built roadway and utility plans have to be submitted to the town engineer prior to the development of the last buildable lot. I will point out that there is one buildable lot remaining. A property owner has purchased 2 lots next to each other and only developed one of them. So we are now at that point where they're looking for surety, and we need the as-built plan prior to the expiration of any performance guarantee for the project. So if you allow for the release of the tripartite agreement or the significant reduction of that tripartite agreement, I believe it is in violation of this condition.
But with all due respect, that condition does not link in any way to the tripartite agreement. It's simply a condition in the decision. The tripartite agreement is an independent contract, and attached to that independent contract is a schedule for funds and for the work to be completed at each phase of the construction. There is no requirement under that tripartite agreement that an as-built plan be submitted. And usually in most towns, there is a line item for as-built plans to be completed, and the planning boards generally will hold back $3,000 to $5,000 for the finalization or preparation of those plans. But in this particular instance, the tripartite agreement is independent of the decision, and there is no line item for the provision for an as-built plan, and it's simply for construction purposes only. And we've completed the construction, and in the files there should be inspection reports from the various work processes that were completed by Beta or by Dedham Westwood Water, and they all should be in the file. And that's the evidence that we submit to guarantee that the road has been built according to the plan.
Thank you,
I
Mr. Petrosi.
have to disagree. While there is not a line item in the tripartite agreement for the cost of an as-built plan, the as-built plan itself is the proof to the town that the work covered by the tripartite agreement is complete to the satisfaction of the town and in conformance with the approved plans. I showed you the subdivision approval as a very clear condition saying that before the surety is released, the tripartite is the surety. Before that is released, we need the as-built plans. So I encourage you to consider the request for release of surety after we receive the as-built plans.
Thank you, Nora. I think I'd like to take some board comments at this point. Josh, looks like you have a question.
Yeah, I was just curious, you were indicating that the tripartite doesn't have a payment schedule or that there had already been inspections done along the way. Can you share any of those as sort of evidence for the board to evaluate?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, but the tripartite agreement is secured for an amount of a calculated amount of construction to be completed. That amount is calculated by the town's, either at that time town engineer or I think Beta prepared this this estimate. So that estimate of construction costs remaining to be completed was done by the town, not by Wall Street. And it's attached to the tripartite agreement. And there were two tripartite agreements prepared. One for, the project was broken down into two phases. And for each phase, there's an attached schedule of the work to be completed and the amounts of the dollar amounts for each part of the work. Wall Street had nothing to do with the calculations. We just follow the disbursement schedule. When we complete this phase of the work, we go in and we ask for a bond reduction, and the planning board grants the bond reduction. Similar to, in this particular instance, final pavement is a separate line item that has a dollar amount attached to it for both phase one and phase two. And those funds we're entitled to receive those funds under the statute. If you read the statute, when the work is completed, we're entitled to receive those funds. There is nothing in the statute that says anything about an as-built plan being required to get those funds. So
Could you share that payment schedule? I don't see it in the packet.
So there are two different tripartite agreements. So what I'm showing you here is the current schedule attached to the phase two tripartite that reduces that amount to $19,546. So this one shows you that the phase two schedule, what the different amounts were that it covered and how they were reduced over time. I don't argue at all that both tripartite agreements have been reduced over time to release work that was done, that was approved as having been constructed. Beta has been our reviewing authority for this, and they do a visual review. They review what work has been done, whether it's binder course or laying of drainage lines, whatever it is, they do a visual review and they release the amount that they think has been completed. But it's that final review that depends on the as-bills to ensure that all of the work has been done in accordance with the plans. And that's what we just don't have yet. So Beta is waiting to go out and do a final review, but they won't do that final review until they're submitted a copy of the as-built plans. So we have not been able to have Beta perform its final review to tell us that the amount that's left in both of the tripartite agreements should be released. And our practice has always been, in the 15 years that I've been here, our practice has always been not to release surety without the approval of the town engineer.
So
Thanks, Nora. Are there other questions or comments from board members?
What's the obstacle to getting the as-built plans?
just having an engineer with the time to do it.
But the alternative is you're saying, and I wasn't on the board, but you seem like a good guy, but you're saying I'm a good guy, and so please go with what I'm saying.
Oh, no, I'm not saying I'm a good guy and give me my money. All I'm saying is follow the statute. The statute clearly says that when the work is completed, we're entitled to the money.
But the statute's also subject to what Nora just showed us.
No, it's not. It's not subject to that. It's not.
We just need confirmation that the work is completed. The as-built plan provides that confirmation.
No, what you're suggesting, Nora, is that that there's a portion of the work that's not completed. That's not the issue. The work and the infrastructure is completed. What you're questioning is whether or not there's a deviation from some inverts that might be off from what was previously shown on the original plans. That's not completion. That is verification. So there's two different things. But if you, I mean, I don't want to argue with the board. I think we're entitled to the money. If you read the statute, if you read the tripartite agreement, there's nothing in there regarding as-built plans. The statute is clear under the subdivision control law. When the work is completed, the applicant, the proponent, the developer is entitled to the money to be released. It's plain and simple. It's in black and white. I'd be happy to provide it. I've had this incidents happen in other communities where
Mr. Petrozzi, I'm sorry, I'm gonna I've heard you and understand your point. Thank you very much. I'd just like to just ask a question, if I may, of Nora and Elijah. Is there any benefit to the town for us, like, just to be clear, there's nothing in it for us to not accept the only thing standing in the way, there's no benefit to us to have not received the as-built from you so that we can reduce the tripart agreement, or how, correct? We don't have any benefit for retaining the funds versus having received the as-built from you. My understanding is we just need to cross the T, dot the I, have everything completed, and there's no other reason for us to not reduce this amount for you. So
It's a security, though. I think the point of just the little I saw seemed like it's a security which we are asking for verification on.
that's what completion is. Completion is this. Without this, it is not yet complete in my view. So so I would not be comfortable with making any reduction without receiving that. However, as soon as we receive that, I see no reason not to make the adjustment. So I think
echo Kate.
But it sounds, if I understand correctly, once we receive that, we can release.
We can make the reduction.
Right.
Everything.
Yeah, as I understand, so a condition of the development was an as-built would be done.
Right.
What's in question is that the threshold that needs to be crossed to release the tripartite agreement. So the tripartite agreement is a practice and a document that protects the town financially. And we've had advice given by town council that indicates we want to see the as-built plan in order to release these funds. I'm not comfortable going against the legal advice of our town council on a legal document. So I would, since the condition is that an as-built has to be done anyway, and our advice is that's the threshold for the release of the funds, I would be inclined to follow our town council's advice.
I echo Chris and Kate.
I agree 100%. I feel like it would be irresponsible for me as a board member to ignore the advice of town council on a legal issue and town staff who have been involved with this project for a very long time and understand our bylaws and conditions.
All I will say in closing is just read the statute. I don't, what your policy has been for the last 15 or 20 years doesn't mean that is what is the statute requires. So,
but Lou, that's why we have town council.
Understood.
So
no problem. I'll address it properly with town council.
So I just want to point out before you make any decision on this, there are 4 conditions that are involved, and this is the final decision on this, the modification decision that was approved in 2013. There are 4 conditions of this decision that we still have questions about that need to be addressed. Number 4, the applicant shall provide an easement for any portion of the drainage system which falls outside of the right of way for approval by the town engineer. Number 10, the applicant shall provide road acceptance plans to the town engineer prior to the issuance of a building permit for the last buildable lot in the development and prior to the expiration of any performance guarantee for the project. And number 11, I won't read it because it's too long, but that's the one about the as-built plans, again, before the release of surety. So those are the 3 condition decisions that the town planner reviews and has to advise the board that the decision has been fully implemented, the project is done, and it meets all the conditions of approval. We just can't do that today.
And this is almost identical to like what held up Abbey Road just recently, correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Very similar. And the issues were worked out, and that has been approved. That on Abbey Road, there ended up being a deficiency of landscaping, and you released all of the funds except for $15,000 to handle that landscaping. But we already had the as-built plans, the utilities, the roadways, everything was confirmed. So we're just waiting for easements, landscape, not landscape plans, I'm sorry, easements and as-built plans here.
Thank you, Nora.
Nora, should
I think-
we continue or?
It doesn't need to be continued because it's not a hearing. So, but you could, I think the applicant probably wants to hear from you when you would take this up again. And my recommendation is that you would take it up after you get confirmation from Elijah that the as-built plans have been received, reviewed, approved, and the subdivision is fully complete. All the conditions have been addressed.
I think
Hopefully
that-
that'll be at your next meeting or the one after that.
It won't be at the next meeting. Listen, take your votes the way you need to take them, and I'll pursue my legal remedies if I need to.
So it sounds like there's no
no
real way
need to
to
continue.
pick a date and continue it. But I do
There-
think it's
there's-
important we be consistent. If we behaved a certain way with Abbey Road and it's a similar situation, I think it's important that, we be consistent in how we as a board act. So what kind of motion would we make? Would it be a motion to deny the request or approve the request or?
You don't even need to make a motion. You can take no action tonight because you find that it's not at a point where action could be taken. But I'd recommend that you just give direction for, come back to us when you have the as-built plan. I think that would be just direction is all you need to do. You don't need a motion. I don't believe you need to take a vote on this. Unless you're prepared, the vote would be to release the tripartite. If you're not prepared to do that, then I don't think there's any need for a vote.
I will ask my colleagues, is anyone prepared to release the tripartite?
I'm not.
I think we need to, town council is, I'm not gonna go against town council, and Lou, it seems like you have a task and get back in front of us as soon as possible. That's what I would recommend.
Yeah, I would support that as well.
It took me 12 years to get this subdivision approved. 12 years. So I think the town is being very, very unfair, and you do whatever you have to do. You're the planning board, but quite frankly, I'm very disappointed that you would not release these funds when the work has been completed as according to the tripartite agreement. So, you do whatever you have to do. I'll do whatever I have to
So
do.
demonstrate to us, get the as-built plans done, and you'll be right back in front of us on June 20 or
Well,
whatever. Well, but that's you control that. We don't.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue any further.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
I guess,
you.
Nora,
if we
if
don't
you're
need a
asking to
motion.
give instruction, yeah, I guess the instruction would be get us the as-built plans and then we will happily take this back up and vote at that point. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
tonight.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. So next on the agenda is the public hearing for consideration of amendments to various planning board rules and regulations. And this is a public hearing, so let me pull up the legal notice and I will read that and open the public hearing. The Westwood Planning Board will hold a remote public hearing on Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at 7 p.m. via Zoom regarding updates and revisions to various sets of planning board's rules, regulations, standards, and guidelines, which were previously adopted to guide the administration of the board's responsibilities pursuant to the Zoning Act, MGL Chapter 40A, the Subdivision Control Law, MGL Chapter 41, Sections 81K through 81GG, the Scenic Roads Act, MGL Chapter 40, Section 15C. The board will also consider new rules and regulations related to sections of the Westwood zoning bylaw, which were amended subsequent to the board's adoption of its current rules and regulations.
Okay, so I will be as brief as I can possibly be. There are several sets of rules and regulations. In your packet are revisions to, I believe it's 5 or 6 sets. Let me share my
5 sets.
screen. So so in your packet, you have rules and regulations for EIDR, for special permit review, for University Avenue mixed-use district, for scenic roads, and for subdivisions. Those updates are complete. There are 3 more sets that I'm working on that I will bring to you for your next hearing session, and that would be rules and regulations for new or changed approvals. One will be the new administrative earth material movement approval, separate from the prior EIDR earth material movement. Then another set for your new solar design review approval. That's something that is brand new that we have to establish rules and regulations for. And then there's another one that was actually adopted in the zoning bylaw probably more than 10 years ago or close to 10 years ago, but never has rules and regulations for it. That's the access approval overlay district. So I'm working on those 3 sets, but you have the first 5 for board members to review. So just to explain the type of updates that are in here, primarily the updates relate to changes in our permitting process. Prior to when these rules and regulations were last adopted, and several of them were revised in 2015, back then the planning division was accepting paper copies of applications. For the last 5 years, we have only been accepting electronic applications, but the rules and regulations have not been updated to clarify that. So a lot of the updates are just changing from paper to electronic and all the implications that that has to different sections of the rules and regs. So we no longer require applicants to physically deliver paper applications to the town clerk's office. So we have to change the rules and regulations to set forth a process for determining was the official filing date. That used to be the date they went and got a stamped application, brought their application to the town clerk physically stamped it. That was the date of application filing. We now have the application submitted electronically. Town planner reviews it. When the town planner finds it's complete, he sends it to the town clerk, and the town clerk electronically stamps it. That's the official filing date. So the rules and regulations have to be revised to describe that. Another change, back in 2019, the select board decided they no longer wish to be called the Board of Selectmen. They're since then the Select Board. All the rules and regulations say Board of Selectmen, so we had to change that. The current scenic road regulations, I think, date back to 2004. In 2009, 2 new streets were added, Fox Hill and Thatcher. So this set of regulations also includes those streets. In addition, sections of the special permit regulations refer to the senior residential development bylaw, which has since been deleted from our zoning bylaw. And then the recently deleted recently changed earth material movement section to remove earth material movement EIDR approval and replace it with administrative earth material movement approval. So that's another change that's coming up. New sections have been added to address administrative EIDR approvals, which were not a thing back in 2015. The new MUMFROD EIDR, as well as MUMFROD special permits, medical marijuana special permits, which I can't even remember what year, maybe 2013 or so. That was put into the bylaw, and then storage facility special permits was also added several years ago, but after the last review of rules and regulations by the planning board. In addition, we need project review fees have to be incorporated for all these different types. So take, for example, Mumford special permit application was recently filed for the Everett Street project. But since the planning board had yet to establish rules and regulations for the Mumford district, there was no set fee for that. So the fee that was charged to that applicant is the general special permit fee, which is a very low fee. So we need to establish rules and regulations that establish an appropriate fee for applications going forward. And the sooner we do this, the better. Updates to other sections are to provide clarity. So in addition to the new regulations and in addition to the change to electronic permitting, there are sections when I was reviewing these that need work. We needed to explain how do you amend an application? What constitutes a minor modification? What do you do with an extension or continuation of a special permit? We wanted to add provisions regarding waiver requests to make it clear how you apply for a waiver request, how the board grants one. Consolidated planning board applications. In some cases, applications might come to the planning board regarding a single project in different sections of the bylaw. So we want to discuss how to address consolidated planning board applications. specific information on referrals to other boards and review by other boards, and then procedures for registry reporting. So all of this has now been updated in those five sets of rules and regulations that are already in your packet. And it will be addressed in the 3 new sets that I'll have for your next hearing session. So what I would like to ask is that planning board members, rather than discuss the very detailed language of each set of rules and regulations at a planning board meeting, just review them individually, send me your comments. I will assemble them all, make the changes, and get you back a further revised copy of each set of rules and regulations. I'll get them to you well in advance of your next hearing session, and then you can review them at your leisure and only discuss the sections that are of concern. If there's anything that people still want to see changed at your next hearing session, we can dive into the details of those sections rather than go through hundreds of pages of rules and regulations and put everyone to sleep. So that is it in a nutshell.
Sounds exciting.
Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thanks, Nora.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Nora.
Okay.
So I'd ask for a motion to continue your public hearing.
Do I need to allow public comment?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's a public hearing, so you should take public comments before you do that. But I will also point out, you continued a lot to June 20th. So if you would rather continue this one to July 7th, we want to get it done, but it doesn't have to be in the next 3 weeks.
There
Thank
is
you.
hand up, by the way.
Yes, I do see Shelley Reaver has her hand up. If we could allow her to speak. Shelley, if you could just give us your name and your address, please.
Yes, Shelley Reaver, 549 Canton Street. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
I have 2 questions about the scenic road regulation changes. The first is, does the new draft reduce any notice requirements to abutters or parties of interest regarding the removal of trees or stone walls? There was some language moved around, so I wasn't exactly clear if there were, again, any reduced notice requirements to residents.
No, there are no reduced notice requirements. Residents are required to be noticed on a public street where the tree removal is intended to take place up to 1,000 feet of length from the tree that's to be removed. And that remains the same in the updated version as in the prior version.
And that's written notice to the individual residents?
A copy of the published legal notice. So the same notice that's published in a local newspaper, a copy of that is mailed to the property owner of each parcel that's on the street where the tree or wall is proposed to be altered, up to 1,000 feet from a length 1,000 feet long on either side of the tree or stone wall that's proposed for removal. In many cases, it's on the entire street. But if a street is exceptionally long, say your address is on Canton Street, say there was a tree that was coming down in front of your house on Canton Street. Canton Street is a very long street. We would notify people up to 1,000 feet from that tree. We wouldn't go down to, say, if the tree was being removed, I don't know, at Blue Hill Drive, we wouldn't notify someone all the way down by hedgerow, but we notify everyone within 1,000 feet of the tree removal.
Thank you very much for that. My second question has to do with, under the public shade tree law, there was language removed that said the size, type, and location. It used to have to be included in the notice, and it appears to me that now it doesn't. Am I reading that correctly?
Doesn't ring a bell to me, but hold on one second. Let me open up the revised copy.
I'll try to get it as well.
Okay, so this is the set of rules and regulations showing the red line changes. Do you know what section you were concerned about?
Yes, it was under the public. I can't really read your document. It's a little bit too small, but I'm pulling up mine on my phone. I think it's towards the end.
Is it not 10.2?
Yes, it's on page 10. It starts Mass General Law, Chapter 87.
Okay, yes, so the language says that the notice shall be given in the same manner as set forth in section 10.2 for a public shade tree hearing. It would be the same hearing notice. Same hearing notice as in section 10.2. So if I take you up to 10.2, right here, this describes the public hearing notice. It has to be given a minimum of 14 days in advance. The way the prior version was written was very different than all other planning board rules and regulations. Other regulations say you have to give notice in 2 successive weeks, and the first publication has to be no less than 14 days before the day of the hearing. For some reason, the scenic road regulations, when they were written, talked about the second publication having to be no less than 7 days. Now that would have allowed the first publication to have been 8 days if we chose to do that. So this is actually more protective by making sure that people are given a full 2 weeks notice. But other than that, I don't see any difference in how the notice is given.
But the size, type, and location has been omitted. Is that correct?
No, it has not. So see this right
Okay.
here? I don't know if you can read what I'm highlighting.
I can't read it, but I'll take your word for it.
So under section 10.2, it says notice of the public hearing, which shall include the size, type, and location of the trees and or stone walls to be cut, altered, or removed, shall be given by publication in a newspaper of general circulation in the town of Westwood, once in each of 2 successive weeks, the first publication being not less than 14 days before the day of the public hearing, and by delivering such notice to the office of the town clerk for posting to the town of Westwood webpage and or posting in a conspicuous place in the town hall and at least 1 or more public places in town, and upon at least one of the subject trees and or stone walls for a period of not less than 14 days before the public hearing. Notice shall also be sent by mail, postage prepaid, to the parties in interest as defined in section, I have to add that number, section 6.7, there's a typo there, sorry, of these rules and regulations. In all cases, notice of such public hearing shall be the responsibility of the town planner or their designee. The applicant is responsible for paying for the newspaper publication and will be billed directly by the newspaper. The required time limits for a public hearing may be extended by written agreement between the applicant and the board, which agreement shall be filed in the office of the town clerk. I believe that incorporates all of the prior language that was simply repeated again under the public shade tree section 10.4. So rather than repeating the same thing again, we say that the notice for public shade tree public hearing shall be given in the same manner as set forth in section 10.2, except that in the case of a consolidated public hearing, notice of such consolidated public hearing shall be given by the tree warden. So what that's saying is that if you're removing a stone wall or a tree that is not a public shade tree, the planning board gives the notice. If you're removing a public shade tree on a scenic road, then the tree warden gives the notice. But in any event, it's a joint consolidated hearing between the planning board and the tree warden. The notice is the same number of people are given the notice, it's published the same way, and it contains the same information.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Reaver. Let me see. Okay, it looks like the Q&A was also Ms. Reaver. Are there, I don't see any other public comment. Seeing none, I would take a motion to continue this hearing. I'm in favor of pushing it to July 7th, I think it was, if that's
11, July 11.
July 11th, if that's
I
amenable
would
to the
echo
rest of
that.
the board.
We don't want to jam up too much.
All right, I'll take a motion to that effect then.
So I move that the planning board continue the public hearing for consideration of amendments to various planning board rules and regulations to Tuesday, July 11th at 7 p.m. via Zoom, where a Zoom link and associated call-in numbers will be provided on the town's calendar on the homepage at https://www.townhall.westwood.ma.us/.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Phil,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Josh.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Right. Next on our agenda is the climate plan. And I think Elijah, you have a presentation for us.
Yes, I do. Let's see. I'll make this short and sweet. So let's see. Let me share the screen. Can you see this?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. So yes, this is a presentation on establishing a climate action, resiliency, and sustainability plan. You know, we want to create a sustainable future. One quote that I've always been drawn to is that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. As we, you know, are stewards of the next generation, how does Westwood, you know, take the right precautions and action measures to, you know, deal with the effects of climate change and, you know, being resilient and sustainable. I do have experience in this, you know, in my planning world. I've, I guess from a sustainability area, I did a whole retrofit of streetlights in the town of Bridgewater. I was the one that oversee the entire project for that. I've done a lot of green communities work. I've done some MVP planning when I was doing regional planning and hazard mitigation as well. So this kind of lends to some of the experience that I've had in the past. Yes, so for Westwood, designing a sustainable future would look like continuing the good work that's been done with your hazard mitigation plan in 2022, the comprehensive plan in 2020 that had some sustainability and resiliency measures, the MVP plan in 2020, and then also the open space plan and recreation plan in 2019. All of those I looked at to include in the kind of working document that I sent to the board. So some steps to complete the plan, very kind of overview is, you know, plan and organization, community outreach, and drafting the actual plan and finalizing it. So what does plan administration organization look like? Establishing a committee. It could look something similar to the hazard mitigation committee. You know, I do have a potential list that I had shared with the board. You know, definitely let me know your ideas. You know, as we go forward with this project. I would think that we would need at the very least 4 meetings through the length of the project, an initial kickoff meeting with the group, a public visioning session, to, you know, then there would be a meeting after that, you know, public outreach to look at the draft and then do a final draft. community outreach. There are 5 steps to a good outreach plan that would involve purpose and engagement, stakeholders, resource opportunities and scale of engagement, messaging, and the approach. That's all in the document that I sent. Then we draft the final plan. I have included, like I had mentioned, a lot of parts of plans that Westwood has done in the past, as well as looking at the Commonwealth's net zero kind of 2050 plan. And I will put all that together to, I created a whole matrix that looked at all the old plans and, fit them together in the outline and saw different parts of and how they can all be cohesive in one place. So that is a very, very quick kind of look at what I've been doing so far, and hope that we can, get this moving in a great direction.
Thank you so much for getting this started. And I for one, am very excited that we are getting moving on this, and the experience you've had working on similar comprehensive type plans like this in other communities. And I'm very excited to dig into this and do more. And it looks like Josh has something to share.
Yeah, I guess first and foremost, like, what do you need from us? I completely echo Ellen's comments. Like, I want to support you as much as possible in whatever way we can. I'm sure that I'm not the only one here. So I want to make that abundantly clear and ask explicitly what we can do. And number 2, more along the community outreach aspect, like, besides, I hate to say this, but like the touchy-feely, future-oriented, like sort of amorphous, esoteric type of concept between, sustainability and the future, like, what for the town do we see in terms of resiliency for the impact of climate change and every other aspect, whether that's availability of grants and funds, like what else can we sort of start to point to be like, there is a tangible impact for doing this? Is there anything that you've contemplated in that regard?
Like resource management, the protecting the well areas,
exactly.
Doing a greenhouse gas inventory and actually seeing, what the town is outputting and how to actually mitigate that. And then even on a regional level, I had attended one of the MEMA kind of Norfolk County regional meetings just to kind of get an overview of just an idea or fact-finding mission, and seeing how they're trying to do a regional map of all their critical infrastructures. So like not only Westwood, but the surrounding towns, especially with in the 2010 floods or even the 2020 floods, I think, they had
Norwood go down.
wiped out the hospital. So there are definitely regional impacts that can affect Westwood, and those are some ideas.
I love it. I think that's like where you're going to get a lot of traction with some people who aren't already evangelists on this, right? Like the people who are in the middle, it's like, what is it going to impact me? But when you have a local hospital go down because of flooding that is historic in nature, although I have to admit, like I did not have good experiences in Norwood Hospital, but it's still pretty crazy that happened. So
if I may, to piggyback on that, because Norwood Hospital is gone, our ambulances are out of town more. So, the results of that are hitting our budget and the responsiveness of our emergency responders. So, to Josh's point, for folks who need a reason to see how it's really hurting them, that would be helpful. Points like that.
For sure. Definitely,
my lawn being dead every summer.
But very excited about the work. Sorry.
That's
Awesome.
a really salient point, Kate, about the emergency services, because I think most folks are aware that the paramedic and response time and mutual aid has been a topic of conversation in town quite a bit lately. And until you said that, I hadn't really, I mean, I knew that it was because Norwood was out of commission was contributing to that situation, but connecting that to climate change and the flooding, that's a really, really good idea. Well said. To piggyback on all of that, and I'm curious, given that like we're talking about Norwood, and I know there's been discussions in Dedham about similar kind of things that we're doing, is there any opportunity for collaboration, maybe a tri-town or multiple town consortium to kind of share ideas and plans about, oh, what is Norwood doing? What is Dedham doing? Is there any room for that as part of this work, or is that really kind of out of scope?
So
yeah.
I will just point out that we have TRIC, which is an organization that we have representatives from the planning board that discuss all aspects of regionalization. And so there's an opportunity for a conversation with our neighboring towns about climate action. And there could be some discussion of regional goals or strategies in this plan, but this really is a town specific plan.
How convenient that I've just been named the rep to TRIC. So
there you go.
And historically, that has not been a point of emphasis.
It has not yet, but I suspect it will be.
Excellent. So it sounds like I can try and have some conversations there just casually, just to get a sense of what's going on in other communities, and then maybe I can share that.
Yes, and you can actually ask for one of their meeting topics to be dedicated to climate action, resiliency, and sustainability.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, and that lends to sharing ideas, just seeing how Westwood it's always good to share ideas.
Great. Any other comments from board members?
Elijah's good start. I loved it. Now we need to start implementing and taking steps.
Awesome. Thank you.
You have a raised hand?
Yes.
Someone's
It's Steve
raised-
Olenoff. Even though this is not a public hearing, I would really love his input on this. So Steve.
Yes, Steve Olenoff. So the Neponset River Watershed Association is doing a study involving flooding in several communities, the flooding possibilities, and that includes Westwood. So make sure that you use that data that comes from that study as part of this resiliency plan, because I think that'll be a very valuable start to, because a big part of this is deal with flooding and potential for flooding and what we need to prevent serious flooding in the town.
Excellent point.
Definitely.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, we always joke Westwood is either wet or rock, neither of which is great when it comes to 100-year or less storms. Excellent. So again, thank you, Elijah. Excellent start. I'm so excited about this work, and I'm grateful for what you've done so far.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Can't wait to keep talking about it in another meeting. That being said, it is late. I don't see any other hands raised or comments from my colleagues. I think, and that's not a hearing. I don't have to take any motions on that, right? Okay. Next up would be a review of draft meeting minutes from May 16th and May 22nd, 2023. Did folks get a chance to review the minutes? I think one of those was our field trip to Norwood, Phil. So you're
Right,
off the
I'm
hook
not on that one.
those. Yeah,
I have no opinion.
you have no opinion. But did the folks who were present at both those meetings get a chance to look at them and have any addendums or notes on the minutes? Sounds like no.
I have no changes to be made.
No.
They looked
Okay.
accurate to me.
So I'm going to make a motion that we accept the minutes from the May 16th, 2023 planning board meeting as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Phil.
Aye.
Kate.
Aye.
Chris.
Aye.
Josh?
Aye.
I vote aye as well.
Great. And then I'm going to make a motion that we accept the May 22nd minutes as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Josh?
I need to go to bed.
Chris?
I don't know if that's a vote.
I said aye.
The aye was in there.
Ah,
Chris?
Aye.
Kate?
Aye.
Phil?
abstain.
And I vote aye as well. Okay. Updates from agency and committee representatives. Does anybody have anything to report from any of their committees?
The only thing I will say is that the pedestrian and bike, whatever our new name is, pedestrian and bike safety committee is asking members about interest for being appointed for more than 1 year at a time. We have historically renewed every year, but we're looking to see if it will be longer. There'll be updates to that.
Great. Oh, I see Steve has his hand up. I'm not, I hope it's for this. I hope I didn't pass you over on something else, Steve. I'm sorry.
No, this is fine. So as your MAPC representative, I just wanted to give a quick report because we did have the annual meeting of the MAPC last week, and two significant things happened. That I'll mention. I was reelected to the executive board. So I've been on the MAPC for about 30 years. I think the last 5 I've been on the executive board. And the other thing was the speaker was the lieutenant governor, and she talked about housing, and that was pretty much the emphasis was on that, and the need for every town to do its part in providing more housing. We're about 200,000 units short, so and we're only producing about 20,000 a year, so we got to pick that up. So the nice thing is, less than 1 week later, Westwood is having a hearing there on 158 new housing units. So I think that's really great. And that's about it.
Thanks, Steve, and congratulations on your reelection to the executive
Thank you.
board. Good stuff. All right, I didn't see anyone else who had any updates. Next, sorry,
Ellen,
yeah,
I actually have
yes.
a question. When will we be transferring responsibilities for subcommittees?
Good question. Select board voted on those appointments. Is today Tuesday? Yesterday. So I believe now it's real. So
Okay.
you would go to WEAC and I would go to Trick. And whoever, if there were other changes, those I believe are now officially in effect. Okay. General miscellaneous updates and administrative items. Do we have anything, Nora and or Elijah, on that umbrella?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, so there's one thing we failed to recommend an appointment for the Long Range Financial Planning Committee. Chris was the appointee in 2022, so he said that he is interested in doing that for 2023. So if the board is so inclined, we recommend that Chris be appointed again for 2023.
Great, thank you. Do we need to vote on that, or does that just go to the select board?
It goes to the select board, and my understanding is that last night the select board just made the appointments of reappointing everyone that was in there last year. So unless you have an objection, if you have an objection, we'll bring it to the select board at their next meeting and they can revote, but Chris is willing to do it. He did it last year. I think we only met once last year. And we expect to
We're
meet
trying to
more
meet
going
this
forward.
month. They've already put out a doodle poll for this month.
So there's no action. We just didn't want to leave you out of the loop on that, since we usually include all of the appointments and somehow we forgot that one. So I apologize.
It was a long list. It happens. And Chris, thank you for being willing to serve on that again. I have no objections.
Sure.
Sounds like nobody else did. So I am good with that unless anyone else has a comment. Congratulations, Chris, and thank you.
Thank you.
Looks like the next agenda item is upcoming board meetings. We're scheduled to meet June 20th, 2023 and July 11th, 2023. Do we need to say anything else about that or just put those dates out there?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it time for a motion to adjourn?
I
Yes.
think it's past time.
I think you're right.
I'm so moved to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on adjournment?
None.
All right, Josh,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Kate,
Aye.
Phil,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Thank you all very much.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thanks,
Good night.
everybody.
Good night.
Great to
This is
see you.
great.
In a couple
See ya.
weeks.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.